There will be a drivers' meeting after match 11 on the field. Drivers' meeting after match 11 on the field.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently in match 10 of the practice matches. We are going to match 11. Immediately following match 11, there will be a driver's meeting on the field. Immediately following match 11, driver's meeting on the field. Thank you. Attention. Attention, everybody. Everybody. Shh. I need everybody whose name is Mike to raise their hand. Anybody named Mike? Mike, raise their hand. All right, this concludes the mic test. Thank you.
All right, good morning, teams. My name's Mike, I'm your FTA. I'm going to be passing you off to our field supervisor for the event right now. He has a couple things to go over, then I have a couple things to go over, and then Sonny, your head referee, will have a couple things to go over. It's going to be a little compressed and fast, so if you have any questions, especially for me or Sonny at the end, there are 2 question boxes at the end of the table here. Just come to them. We'll talk to you, after this drivers meeting concludes. All right. So this is Dave. Dave's our field supervisor. He'll go over queuing, layout, and how the flow of a match should run.
All right, hey guys. All right, so I'm going to start with queuing. So all the robots come in on this side. We have Q2 for blue over there, Q1 right here. All the red robots come across here, red 2 and red 1. We move the 2s back because it was cramped on the human player side. So when you're in Q1, make sure you're cognizant of the human players that are trying to play in matches. And then obviously all robots in on this side and out on that side. And just be smart when you're coming in and off the field. Look around at what's happening around you. Don't bring any game elements to the field. Make sure before you leave your pit that you have all that stuff cleared off your cart and off your robot. And don't take any with you when you leave. And make sure that you take any game elements off of your robot. That's not Field Reset's job, that's your job. At your earliest convenience, if you're hanging, obviously take care of that first, but then get everything off. And look for the flow of where all the stuff is going so you don't just throw them in the corner and we forget about them. And then the pilots up in the airships, make sure you're at the end of the match, you hand down your gears to the Field Reset. They should be waiting to get them from up there. And as always, no through traffic at all for anybody that's not field staff behind the scoring table. Does anyone have any questions for me? No? Okay. So that's my spiel.
All right, so as I said before, my name's Mike. I'm going to be your FTA at the event. Ron is back there. You'll also see him around the event as well. He's also an FTA. So field side, if you guys haven't seen one of us before, you probably will, forever. How many of you, is this your first event? I know it's not yours. Excellent. So a lot of you guys have been through this before. But the number one thing on this field this year, it's number one thing every year, but especially this year, is safety. So especially if you're a pilot, make sure you're going up and down the ladder correctly. You're not jumping off the airship platform. That's not safe at all. I'll be here to help you guys out with getting your robots connected, but I do need a couple of things from you guys. Some of you guys know this already because I've already talked to you about this. The first one being the Ethernet port for your radio must be plugged into the port that is closest to the power connector on your radio. So if you program, you have to use that port to program. Make sure you plug the radio or the Rio back into that port, the port that is closest to the power. Okay? All right. Number 2, make sure your driver station computer and software is up and running before you get up to the field here, all right? I will have a spare classmate that I will substitute in if you're having issues, but we can't wait for our computer to turn on fresh. Also, there are outlets on each one of these stations. There's no reason not to bring the AC adapter for that computer so that, we saw this last week where a robot died in the middle of the match because the driver station ran out of battery. All right? AC adapters, no reason not to bring them. Make sure that you're not entering the field until the lights are green. You can see the green lights back there and back there. The airship ladder will not be dropped until then. But just make sure if it somehow happens, which I don't believe it will because we're being very focused on that right now, you do not come off the airship until it's green as well. All right? Do you guys have any quick questions for me before I head you over to Sonny? Excellent. All right, Sonny, it's all you. I'm sorry, there is one more thing. In your airship here, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to get in here. If your safety glasses as a pilot comes off, there are backup sets of glasses in the ends of the airship here. You need to put those on immediately if your glasses fall off. They're on each side, so left and right. Same thing down on the red airship down there. If the glasses come off, like fall off, these need to go on immediately. So, all right?
Thank you, Mike. Good morning. All right. My name is Sunny Hung. I am your head referee this weekend at this event. Do we have any rookie teams here? No. All right. It's all good. All experienced teams. Very good. Raise your hand if you have read the rules. All right. If you haven't read the rules, you still have about half an hour. It's not too late. Remember, gracious professionalism, you must be civil towards everyone here on the field, field personnel, event attendees, volunteers, teammates, basically everyone. Drive teams, you must wear your buttons. I see that many of you have the buttons on. That's very good. I do want to see the buttons from where I normally stand behind my panel there. So do wear it high enough that I can see it through the glass. And your coaches must have a button with a coach sticker on it. Do we have one on the field here with a coach sticker? Let me see how it looks. Okay, so the words drive coach is printed on the button. Say it one more time. Okay, and then the year, 2017 has a little white box or white background. And that's how the referees are going to identify you as a coach. There's the drive coach written on it. Okay. Yellow cards and red cards. So a lot of those cards are for safety-related violations. We'll go over a few of those. During week 1 and week 2, many yellow cards and red cards were handed out for safety-related violations. During practice matches, I saw that many of you have waited until the green lights come on before you enter the field. That's very good. This year, we have a distinction between purple lights and green lights. Purple lights is for our field reset folks to clear the field a little bit more. Green lights is for when you are allowed to come onto the field to retrieve your robots. And pilots, you may not come off the airship until the lights are green as well. Although our field reset personnel are instructed to lower the steps only after the lights turn green. But if we inadvertently lower the steps before it turns green, it is still your responsibility to not come off the airship until it's green. Okay. When your pilots enter the airship, you must be, and exiting the airship, you must be facing into the airship. You cannot face outward when you enter or exit the airship. And you must step on the ladder one rung at a time. The bottommost rung that's touching the floor, that one doesn't count. So the first one is over here. If you don't properly enter and exit the airship, it will be a yellow card. You can enter and exit the field through the gates. You cannot just hop over the guardrail. Hopping into the field over the guardrail is a yellow card. For qualification matches, you are allowed to participate in a match and receive points if your robot has passed an initial complete inspection. If it is discovered after the start of a match that a robot did not pass inspection, the entire alliance will receive a red card. So it is good for you to check with all your alliance partners to make sure everyone has passed inspection. If you modify your robot during the event, you should check with the robot inspectors to see if your robot should be re-inspected. You can bring hand tools onto the field to configure or disassemble your robot. External alignment devices, that is okay, but as long as you do it fast enough and not cause us a significant delay. When we feel like there is a significant delay, we'll come and talk to you, and you just have to work with us and make things happen fast so that we can move the event forward. At the start of the match, the typical rules apply. Coaches and your drivers start behind the line. At least one pilot in the airship. Human players also behind the starting line in the align station. You may not contact anything outside the zone in which you started the match at any time during the match. So you cannot hop from one zone and to the next zone. Result is a foul. If it is strategic, it is a red card for the team. All referees are here to help you. If you have a question, do come and ask. We'll try our best to help and work with you. So during the matches, referees are instructed to give hand signals. We will be waving our flag and pointing to the offending robot if we see a foul. If we see a technical foul, we have the cross hand signal like this. This is to indicate a technical foul. And if we see a pinning, if we need to count, you can only be in front of the boiler for 5 seconds, and if you can pin up to 5 seconds, we'll do the tomahawk chop. You can see us count off to 5. Happy to take questions from pre-college students. If you are a coach, you should tell one of your students to come talk to me if you do have a question. We do have a couple of question boxes at each end of the scoring table. There's one over there, and then there's one over there. It does not matter to me which one you go to. Just go to one of the 2 question boxes. I'm not allowed to reveal any videos, pictures, or images. I am not allowed to record any fouls or technical fouls. So if we call a foul in a match and you come ask a question 10 matches later, it is very likely that I have already forgotten what we called 10 matches ago. So if you do have a question, come to me soon after. The game manual that I'm using this week is the one that I printed off on Wednesday, 3 days ago. There may be team updates that was published on Tuesday, and the one that I printed this past Wednesday is the one that we go with. Good luck, have fun. If you have questions, why don't you come tell me your team number, and I take questions in the pits. Okay, you may exit the field. We're going to get the field set up for opening ceremony. Sorry. All good.
to know about steampunk, would you, teens? Well, I suppose I can teach you a thing or two. If you're all about steam and brass, and all you need to depart is a team and a task, sharp set of gears and a gleaming arc, competitive robots seeking the start. If you're all about reaching far, seeking the game on secret charts, meeting in secret beneath the stars, loaded with pizza and feeling smart. If you're making a robot army, marching armed for starting a party, something so wondrous, and a specially constructed electrical bus so thunderous. Don't come to fuss, got a wanderlust and you're one of us. We bump steampunk, need one of these, job free, power free fun, here come the steampunk. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. Just bring your plans and plots and schemes. We've got the mechanics if you've got the dream. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. So you'd like to know about steampunk, would you, teens? Well, I suppose I can teach you a thing or two. If you're all about steam and brass, and all you need to depart is a team and a task, sharp set of gears and a gleaming arc, competitive robots seeking the start. If you're all about reaching far, seeking the game on secret charts, meeting in secret beneath the stars, loaded with pizza and feeling smart. If you're making a robot army, marching armed for starting a party, something so wondrous, and a specially constructed electrical bus so thunderous. Don't come to fuss, got a wanderlust and you're one of us. We bump steampunk, need one of these, job free, power free fun, here come the steampunk. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. Just bring your plans and plots and schemes. We've got the mechanics if you've got the dream. All people, countries, cultures, teams, welcome one and all to the age of steam. Keep it courteous, professional, worth it to work together in the first Steamworks. The future of technology is all that it seems. Welcome one and all to the age of steam. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. Steam powered, steam powered, steam powered. We are looking forward in time, pushing past certain factory grime. All other groups to the back of the line. We are the future, in fact divine. Gleaming machinery is seen to be reckoned with. Every single member an excellent gentleman or lady creating, leading a steamship in between T-ships. Because the people need this. You see, we're taking care of our crew like we do our facial hair. Be made aware when making improvements. Don't call it a scene, it's more of a movement, more of an era. Clearing the air, taking over, nearly there. Students, coaches, mentors, teams, welcome one and all to the age of steam.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to your Master of Ceremonies, Mike Rizzo. Good morning, Philadelphia, and welcome to the 2017 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge, Steamworks. This year's game combines a creative theme of steampunk with robotics. Your robots will be the helpers in getting your Alliance airships ready for takeoff. The ship best ready when the timer hits zero will win the match. I find this year pretty interesting that first chose the theme steampunk. Steampunk, as you know, is gears, clockwork, and Victorian fashion combined together, but it means more than that to us. STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math is something that we celebrate and we work on every day. And I argue that you are the new steampunk, as you're doing that all the time, and you should be proud of what you're doing and accomplishing here today. But before we get to the game, let's hear from the people who started First Robotics. Founder, Dean Kamen, Distinguished Advisor, Woody Flowers, and First President, Don Bosey.
Competition. It's almost time for liftoff. We know that you're all eager to show your strategy, creative designs, and gracious professionalism in first Steamworks. But first, let's thank the folks who got you here.
The mentors, sponsors, suppliers, parents, and a big thanks to all the volunteers and team members for making this another great season. First works because of your dedication, support, and determination.
First also works, Don, because our teams work so hard to set themselves up for a successful future. They're in the game.
Each week, competition reveals another lineup of amazing robot designs. You continue to impress with your creative design solutions. And over the course of the season, I'll bet you learn as much about yourself and teamwork as you do about your robot.
But now it's time to fuel the boilers.
Make some steam
And launch the airships.
First Steamworks is cleared for takeoff.
Have a great flight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest speaker for you today. So if everyone would please give their full attention, I would like to introduce to you the president of Vulcan Spring, a longtime SCH sponsor and first national sponsor, as well as a kit of parts supplier. Please welcome Scott Rankin.
Hello, everyone. All right. First of all, thank you for being here. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the parents that decided to show up today and support the teams, and the teachers who are doing this, the mentors that have so much to do with what we do here. I also want to thank the volunteers that are here. This is amazing what you do. This is Saturday, if you didn't know, and it's a perfect day to be here because it's raining outside, so you might as well be here playing a game, right? So I'm amazed at what you do. I'm amazed at how you do it, and I'm amazed at what these teams come up with. I own companies. What I'm looking for all the time is people that can do the skills that your kids can do. So if they want to blow off college, they can just come work. But I don't suggest that. I think you should stay with the college plan. What I'd like to talk to you today about is time and space. How many of you had enough time to build your robot? Okay, how many of you didn't have enough time to build your robot? All right, how many of you would have liked more time? Just a little more time, like 6 more weeks. How many of you would have liked to have a robot that was bigger? More space, just build whatever you want, go as high as you want, go as wide as you want? Well, you know what, that's not the real world. And the real world has to do with time and space. You get a certain amount of time, you get a certain amount of space, and you have to make it fit. And that's what this is all about. Now I'm talking about the robot. How many of you think that this whole competition's about the robot? You guys read the notes, didn't you? It's really not, is it? It's about what you learn. It's about what you take back with you from this, and it's about what you bring back to your communities. It's what you teach. It's what you teach young kids. It's what you take to the lower schools. It's what you take to areas around you. It's how you teach other people how to compete. And it has nothing to do with the robot. It has to do with learning. It has to do with fitting things into time and space, and it has to do with your talent rising to the top. So I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate being a part of this. I love this event. I love what it does for the community, for the kids, for the schools, for everyone that's involved. And I also like seeing these robots on occasion to see what creativity you came up with. So I hope you have a great time today. If you're not, that's your fault. So have a great time, enjoy what you're doing, and we'll see you in the competition.
Thank you, Scott. There's a group of people down here that you're going to get to meet throughout the weekend. They're going to be coming around to your pit, and they want to hear about you, your robot, what you've been doing over the build season, and what you plan to do with your future. That's right. It's the judges down here in the blue shirt. Everybody, wave high. And they will be led by Judge Advisor Dave Greenlee. There's another group of people you'll get to meet while here in the playing field. Their job is to help ensure fair play, help you play within the rules of the game, and help all teams compete like crazy whilst remembering their gracious professionalism. Remember, their rulings are final, and there will be no replays. Please welcome the referees, led by head referee Sonny Hung. Along with fair play, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe. So please welcome the lead safety advisors and the UL safety advisors led by Brian Young. And congratulations to Team 3691, the Robo Raiders from Northfield, Minnesota, for their terrific award-winning animation. Maybe. There it is.
In a utopian universe where safety actually comes first, students are taught the importance of safety in a technology-dominated world. This level of education would not be possible without the fantastic leadership of the safety captains and mentors, who set excellent examples of what it means to be safe. They do this through lessons on safe tool and machining usage, stressing good communication when something in the shop is not safe. They encourage the use of proper safety equipment such as goggles, vests, helmets, and welding gloves in the appropriate situations. Eventually, the students gain the ability to police themselves. Less time wasted to accidents means more time for innovation and engineering. As the students grow up, they themselves become the captains and mentors teaching the next generation of bright minds. This cycle of safety education keeps the utopia alive.
Speaking of safety, here at the event, we'd like you to make sure you and your team have a safety plan as well. Mentors, please communicate with your team where you will meet in case of evacuation. And note the nearest exits in both the pit and the arena in case of an emergency. Please listen to the announcements in the field area and the pits for any instructions. In first, you learn a lot. You learn engineering, computer science, working within a team, time constraints, budget, and how to work without sleep. And colleges, universities, and companies are aware of this. In fact, there are 200 colleges and universities that want to give you over $50 million in scholarship money to attend, and companies want you to intern with them. All you got to do is go out and get that money and apply for those internships. You can find out more about these opportunities in the first internship portal to help you achieve the first mission. We also have a table out front that you can talk to people about these opportunities. In first, we have one award that recognizes individual students, the Dean's List Award. Would all of the students that have been nominated by their teams as Dean's List Award semifinalists please stand and be recognized? We wish you all the best of luck in your interviews. Mentors and coaches are critical to the FIRST experience. And we know that many of you are also mentoring teams from other FIRST programs, FIRST LEGO League Junior, FIRST LEGO League, and FIRST Tech Challenge. Students and anyone here who has been mentored by somebody understand that these people, they give their time, they give their vacation days, they give their lack of sleep. They miss out on seeing family during build season in these competitions, and they do it for you because they all believe in you and what you're doing here. So I would like all of the students to stand and please thank their mentors for all of the time that they're putting in for you. And while thanking them today, and as much as we can is great. I would like you to keep something in mind. The best thing that you can do for a mentor is maybe years down the line, a few years, even a few months, maybe you got into the college you wanted, the job you wanted. You go back and you tell your mentor, it's because of you that I did this, or because of you that I took this path, or I am where I am. And that is what makes us happy, and that is the reason we do this, to get you going toward your future. Ladies and gentlemen, now, if you would all please rise for our national anthem. Before we get started, I would like to introduce to you another voice you'll be hearing throughout this weekend. It is Sean Clancy.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Teams, please head out and turn your robots on. All right, while the team's set up, let's meet them in the first match. On red, we have Team 103!
Sponsored by Tehican Glass and Tile, the Triago Foundation, Global Biocide Solutions LLC, Hubel and Pleasant Valley Auto Care from Palisades High School. It's the Cybersonics.
They are partnered with Team 5181.
Aegis Industrial Software Corporation, Strictly Residential Services, Fitzpatrick Funeral Home, Treasured Signs, and Lockheed Martin from LaSalle College High School. It's LaSalle Robotics.
And finally, on the red lines for our first match, we have Team 2495.
Sponsored by Bloomberg from Hamilton West, it's Hive Mind.
On Blue Alliance, we have 4454.
Sponsored by the Franklin Institute, the Boeing Company, NDEP, and Brascom from the Science Leadership Academy, it's the Artisan Rockets.
And partnered with them, we have Team 304.
Sponsored by NRG Energy Incorporated from George Washington High School, it's the GWHS Robo Griffins.
And finally down here on blue, we have Team 708.
Sponsored by Lockheed Martin and the Hatboro Horsham Education Foundation from Hatboro Horsham High School, it's Hatters Robotics.
All right, we have the thumbs up. Let's get this first match started, everybody. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off this competition, we have 4 of our robots moving on the Blue Alliance, 4454, shooting in that high boiler, building up the steam pressure. Now drivers stepping forward, taking the controls. Staying down on this Red Alliance, Team 5181, LaSalle Robotics, getting that gear up into the airship. Those gears get those rotors turning, preparing those airships for liftoff. Team 103 Cybersonics on red, lining up another gear. They're heading down to the Blue Alliance. Team 708 shooting up into that boiler, building that steam pressure higher and higher. It looks like we have a little bit of defense going on. 304 is trying to slow down 5181. Now over in that feeder station getting a gear. And on red, 5181 gear up. 103 gear up. On blue, it looks that second rotor gets turning. Team 103, the Cybersonics, going back and forth, running those gears. There's 2 rotors spinning for the red, 2 rotors spinning for the blue. It's a close match heading into this final minute. Down on blue, it looks like 4454. Artisan Rockets trying to line up that gear. On red, 2 more gears look to be going up for that Red Alliance. And they have 3 rotors spinning. Let's see if they can get all 4 going. On blue, 304 getting another gear up. And the pilots are dropping those ropes and our robots are getting ready to climb aboard. Team 103 is up for red. 708 up for blue. 5181 on red lining themselves up. And 4454 gets up. 3, 2, 1, and they get it, and that is the match. And the results are in for qualification match number 1. It is the Red Alliance taking it with a score of 225 to 195.
All right, let's meet the teams in our next match. Up first, we have Team 341.
Sponsored by Dow Chemical, Comcast, the Boeing Company, Bay Systems, and Lockheed Martin. From Wissahickon High School, it's Miss Daisy.
They are partnered with Team 1168.
Sponsored by CTDI and the Exelon generation from Malvern Preparatory School, it's Malvern Robotics.
And finally down here we have Team 2590.
Sponsored by NavAir, the Dota STEM, CCL Label, New York Society of Cosmetic and Chemistry, and the Investors Foundation from Robbinsville High School, it's Nemesis.
Oh, but on blue we have Team 4342.
Sponsored by the Kennett Education Foundation, Labware Holdings Incorporated, at Exelon Power, and Witchard Realty from Kennett High School, it's Demon Robotics.
Partnered with Team 484.
Sponsored by Comcast and Piazza Honda of Springfield from Haverford High School, it's RoboForce.
And finally Team 5420.
Sponsored by Cumberland County College, Steamworks, Masterspace, City of Bridgeton, PSE&G, Walmart, and Shiloh Borough. From Bridgeton, New Jersey, it's Velocity.
All right, we have the thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We have all 6 of our robots moving on autonomous, starting off on this red alliance. Team 341, Miss Daisy, gets that gear up. So does 484 RoboForce, and we have both of those rotors spinning in autonomous. Now driver stepping up and taking controls. We have 2 of those red robots sprinting across the field to get those gears. It's 341 and Team 2590. On blue, Team 484 lining themselves up for a gear. 1168 Malvern Robotics on the red alliance lining themselves up with that airship as 341 Miss Daisy puts one on that center peg. On the blue alliance, Team 4342 Demon Robotics also lining themselves up. And that gear going up, up, up. And it just falls off from that peg. Staying down on blue, Team 5420 Velocity looks to be lining up their robot with that peg to get that gear up and in. And that gear gets up. There's a little bit of traffic down on that blue side, but that's not stopping Velocity 5420 from going back and getting another gear. On red, 2590 Nemesis lining up their gear, and it's up and in. 341 Miss Daisy doing the same. On blue, 2 of those blue robots are lining up to get those gears into the airship. And it looks like we have 2 rotors turning for each alliance. $11.68, Malvern Robotics gets that gear up and in. Miss Daisy putting another one on the peg. And it's time for those robots to climb aboard their airship and fly high as it gets ready for takeoff. Team 2590 flying up, pressing that touchpad. 4342 getting themselves up. 1168 climbing slowly but surely. Miss Daisy puts a last-second gear on, lining themselves up. Let's see if they can get up. We have 2 robots on blue. Daisy getting up 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of our match. And the results are in. Those airships are taking off. And it is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 220 to 205.
All right, up in this match, we have team 1218.
Sponsored by Vulcan Spring, Metal Edge International, the Boeing Company, TE Connectivity, and Fab Speed Motorsport. From the Springside Chestnut Hill Academy, it's Vulcan Robotics.
And they are partnered with team 321.
Sponsored by Associated Alumni of Central High School, University of Pennsylvania, Drexel University, Comcast, and DoD STEM. From Central High School, it's the Robo Lancers.
And team 5404.
Sponsored by Philadelphia Scientific, Vaughn, New Age Industries, Boeing, and Crown Metal. From North Monaco Tech Career Center and North Penn High School, it's the Gear Rafts.
On blue, we have team 3974.
Sponsored by Comcast and NBC Universal, Lockheed Martin, Arcadia University, PKB Engineering, and Navmar Applied Sciences. From Bishop McDevitt High School, it's E=MCD.
And team 1811.
Sponsored by Picatinny Arsenal. From Eastside High School, it's Fresh.
And team 486.
Sponsored by the Boeing Company, Transreddy's Auto and Truck, and 3M Dynon. From Strathaven High School, it's the Positronic Panthers.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off this match, we have all 6 of our robots moving. On blue, Team 1811, fresh, getting that gear on that peg. Let's see if they can get that up. At 5404, getting one on. Getting that center rotor spinning in autonomous. Heading into our driver control period, Team 1218 Vulcan Robotics lining up on that center peg, and it's on. Heading over to our Blue Alliance, Team 1811 Fresh, lining up to get that gear. On red, 5404, the gear rafts lining up for that left peg, and it goes on, getting that gear up and in. The Blue Alliance has 2 of those rotors spinning. The Red Alliance has 1. Sticking with our Red Alliance, Team 1218 Vulcan Robotics and Team 321 the Robo Lancers lining up for those gears, joined by 5404. Heading over to blue, 3974 E equals MCD lining up, along with 486 and 1811. 2 of those gears get on. 1811 still sitting at that peg. Team 321 Robo Lancers running back and forth, making those quick gear cycles. And the Blue Alliance gets that third rotor up and spinning. Let's see if the Red Alliance can match it with 50 seconds left in this match. Team 5404 looking to play a little bit of defense on 3974 in that neutral zone. But that's not stopping Team 486 from getting another gear on that peg, getting it up into that airship. Now the Red Alliance also has 3 rotors spinning. On blue, 1811 trying to get that last gear on. And on red, Team 1218 building that steam pressure. And it's time for those robots to climb aboard the airship. And Team 3974 on blue is up. 1218 is up. 486 is up. (1811) is up. And that is all 3 robots hanging for that Blue Alliance, and let's see how this ends our match. And the scores are in. Those airships are off and racing, and it is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 285 to 205. Attention teams. All Donald Bowers Award submission, all Donald Bowers Inspiration Award submissions need to be turned into pit administration by 12 noon. They all need to be in by 12 noon to pit administration.
All right, up in this match, first we have Team 225.
Sponsored by Presidio, NRG, St. Onge Company, TE Connectivity, Coupling Corporation of America, TechFire Robotics of New York. It's TechFire.
And they are partnered with Team 2095.
From the Episcopal Academy, it's Direct Current.
And finally, their partner 2234.
Also from the Episcopal Academy, it's Alternating Current.
Down on blue, we have Team 2539.
Sponsored by TE Connectivity, Comcast, NBC Universal, the Ames Companies, Hershey, and NS Johnson and Heating and Cooling. From Palmyra Area High School, it's the Krypton Cougars.
And they are partnered with Team 204.
Sponsored by Eastern Regional High School Board of Education, Eastern Educational Foundation, Lockheed Martin, and Rensas. From Eastern High School, it's the Eastern Robotic Vikings.
And finally, we have Team 423.
Sponsored by the Cheltenham School District and Lockheed Martin. From Cheltenham High School, it's the Simple Machines.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we have three robots moving on that blue alliance and 2 moving on red. That red airship and that blue airship get that first rotor spinning. Starting off on this red alliance, Team 225 going down, getting a gear. And 204 stopping them in their tracks, playing heavy defense in that middle zone. Team 2539 on that blue alliance, getting a gear and heading back towards their airship. Team 2234 is lining up that gear over on the right side. That blue alliance now has 2 rotors spinning. 204 knocking fuel onto the field. Collecting it, lining themselves up to shoot in that boiler. As 2234, that red alliance still working on getting that gear up and in. 2539 not wasting any time running those cycles. Getting that gear up and into that airship. 204 still playing heavy defense on 225 in that neutral zone. And 2095 is playing defense on 423. .225 on that red alliance, putting another gear on that peg. 423 and 2539 of the blue alliance trying to do the same. Still 2 rotors spinning for each of these airships. And now it's time for our robots to climb aboard and get ready for takeoff. 225 putting another gear on. 2539 of that blue alliance going up, as is 204. 423 trying to get that hook attached. 225 is up. 2234 trying to shoot some last second shots. 423 is going up. 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. And the scores are in. Those airships are racing. And it is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 190 to 135.
All right, in this match, we have Team 1495.
From Avon Grove High School, it's the Red Devils.
Partnered with Team 6226.
Sponsored by Argosy Foundation, the 2017 FRC Hardship Grant, IT Edge, Matrix, NAC, and the Adair family. From Burlington City High School, it's the Blue Devils.
And Team 5407.
Sponsored by Vulcan Spring and Manufacturing Company, Scott Rankin, the Boeing Company, Aspen Resource Group, and AIM Academy. From the AIM Academy, it's Wolfpack Robotics.
Down on blue, we have Team 5490.
From the Moravian Academy, it's the Dark Bite.
Partner with Team 433.
Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson Family of Consumer Companies, Scala, Comcast NBC Universal, Aris Corporation, and Apex Display Group. From Mount St. Joseph Academy, it's the Firebirds.
And finally, Team 2191.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb, Nordson Corporation, Hamilton Township Education Association, and the United States Army. From Hamilton North Nottingham High School, it's Flux Core.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off qualification match number 5, we have all 6 of our robots in action. On the Red Alliance, Team 5407 looks to be lining themselves up at that boiler, shooting up. And now as drivers step forward and take those controls. Team 2191 Flux Core getting that gear up and in on that blue airship. The blue has one rotor spinning, and so does that Red Alliance. And the blue pilot's spinning up that second rotor. Team 6226, the Blue Devils, lining up for that gear. As 5407, Wolfpack Robotics lining up at their feeder station to get a gear inside that robot. On blue, Team 433, the Firebirds get that gear up, get that gear inside. As Team 5490, Darkbite lining themselves up. 5407 looks to be picking up gears off of the ground. As 1495, the Red Devils making quick time of those cycles. On blue, Team 433, the Firebirds getting that gear up, 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 and it just falls off that peg and gets stuck on top of their robot. Team 5490, the Darkbite on blue, lining up at that peg. Team 5407, Wolfpack Robotics, also lining up on this Red Alliance. Still having 2 rotors spinning for each of these robots. And we have some shooting going on from both alliances, 2191 and 1495, shooting some fuel up into that boiler. 2191 still shooting, building up that steam pressure. And now it's time for those robots to climb aboard as pilots drop those ropes. On the Red Alliance, all 3 of those robots lining up, and Team 6226 goes up quickly, followed by 1495 and 5407. All 3 of those robots are getting up. On blue, 5490 gets up. Let's see if they can hold themselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the match. And the scores are in. Those airships are taking off. And is the Red Alliance crossing first, giving them that win of a score of 240 to 145.
All right, the teams in this match up first. We have team 484.
RoboForce.
They're partnered with 5404.
It's the Giraffes.
And 203.
One tough team.
Down on blue, we have team 2234.
It's Alternating Current.
Partnered with 4373.
Robotics.
And team 1218.
Vulcan Robotics.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking off this match, we have all 6 of our robots in motion. On red, team 203 getting that gear onto the peg. And that Red Alliance gets that first rotor up and spinning. Blue Alliance follows shortly behind. Both now have one rotor spinning. Team 484 RoboForce on red running back quickly to get that next gear. On blue, team 4373 looks to be lining up with that peg. And that gear is up, and it is inside that airship. The Red Alliance now has 2 of those rotors spinning. as Team 2234 of the Blue Alliance knocks out some more fuel. Sticking with blue, Team 4373 gets a gear in their system. And they're quickly running back for another cycle as 2234 shooting up for that high boiler, trying to build up that steam pressure. On our Red Alliance, Team 203 at that feeder station trying to get a gear as they now come racing it back across the field. Their partner 5404, the gear rafts, are working on getting that gear up into that airship to keep those rotors spinning. 1218 on that Blue Alliance unloads a hopper fuel full of fuel up into that boiler. .2234 going back to shooting up in that high boiler as their partner 1218 Vulcan Robotics are working on getting that gear off the ground and onto those pegs. 484 RoboForce working on getting that gear up into that airship. That steam pressure keeps building higher, higher, and higher for that Blue Alliance. 5404 finally getting that gear up. And it's now time for those robots to climb aboard. Team 1218 is up on blue. 484 on their way up for red. There's one up for blue, one up for red. And the gear rafts take off along with 203. Let's see if they can get up. And that's 3 robots up for that Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. And the scores are in. It is the Red Alliance taking it with a new high score, 310 to 115, moving 484 up into first place.
All right, up first in this match, we have Team 321.
The Robo Lancers.
Partnered with 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
And 6226.
The Blue Devils.
On blue, we have Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
Partnered with Team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
And Team 1495.
The Red Devils.
Pilots ready for flight. We're going to go with the FTA on the field. We're just going to do it. We got the green light. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off match number 7, we have 5 of our 6 robots moving. On blue team, 1495 lining up for that center gear. And now driver stepping forward and taking those controls. Heading over to our Red Alliance team, 321, the Robo Lancers are lining up to get that gear on that center peg, and it's up, and it is inside that airship. Both of these alliances have that center rotor turning, and they're building towards getting more rotors turning, prepping that airship for takeoff. Team 486 on blue, the Positronic Panthers, put a gear up and into that airship as 1495 shooting up in that high boiler, trying to build up that steam pressure higher and higher. Team 6226, that Red Alliance, playing some defense on 1495, trying to slow them down. .486 on blue, lining up for that to get that gear, as is 1495. 6226 still playing that heavy defense in that neutral zone. 321 of this Red Alliance is trying to get lined up for a gear. 486 comes flying back across the field, quickly lining up for that peg. .486 trying to fly back across the field, sneaking in between 321 and that airship. And 5181 releases that fuel, trying to get one more gear before they climb aboard for takeoff. All 3 of these Red Alliance robots are lining up for their hang. Team 321 is up, as is 1168. On blue, team 486 is flying high. 6226 joins them. Looks like all 3 of those red robots are going to be up. 3, 2, 1, 5181 just misses that hang, and let's see how that affects the scores. And the scores are in. It is the Red Alliance taking this victory with a score of 200 to 185, moving 6226 up into second place.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 4342.
It's Demon Robotics.
With Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And Team 423.
The Simple Machines.
On blue, we have Team 433.
Firebirds.
With Team 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
And Team 2095.
It's Direct Current.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off this match, we have all 6 of our robots moving. Team 4454, that blue line, shooting into that boiler, building that steam pressure. And now drivers stepping forward, taking controls on the blue alliance. Team 433, the Firebirds, lining up on that center peg to get that gear up and into the airship. On red, Team 708, Hatters Robotics, also working on getting a gear up and into that airship. Team 2095, alternating current, looking to be dumping that fuel into that low boiler, still building up that steam pressure. On red, Team 4342 and Team 423 are both lining up for gears. Team 423's gear is up and in. That red Alliance airship now has 2 of those rotors spinning. Team 4342 dropping off another gear, and that also gets up and into that airship. The blue Alliance still working on getting that second rotor turning. Team 4454 helping out that blue alliance, working on getting that gear onto that peg. As Team 433 is lining up at that feeder station, grabbing a gear and getting very quickly across the field to line up for another gear. That blue alliance now also has their second rotor turning. Team 708 on the red alliance, picking up that gear off the ground. On blue, Team 4454 lining up for that gear. As Team 708 on the red alliance are lining up to shoot up in that high boiler, building that steam pressure. As the robots now get ready to climb aboard those airships. Team 433, the Firebirds, are up. Team 4342, Demon Robotics, are up. 423, the Simple Machines, are lining up, and 708 comes flying high. 4454 grasping that rope. Can 423 get up? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the match. And our scores are in. The airships are off. And it is the Red Alliance taking this victory. The score of 243 to 200, bumping up all 3 of those Red Alliance teams.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 2191.
It's Flux Core.
Partnered with Team 1811.
Fresh.
And finally, Team 2590.
It's Nemesis.
Down on blue, we have Team 204.
The Eastern Robotic Vikings.
And Team 103.
The Cybersonics.
And finally, Team 5407.
Wolfpack Robotics.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we have all 6 of our robots off and moving. Team 103 getting that gear on that center platform. Getting that autonomous rotor up and spinning, giving them 60 points. Team 103 also putting some shots up into that boiler. On the Red Alliance, Team 2590 Nemesis getting a gear on, as well as their 2 Alliance partners, 2191 and 1811. 5407 of that Blue Alliance also gets that gear up and into the airship. That Red Alliance now has 2 of those rotors spinning, and the Blue Alliance has 1. And that was Team 204 releasing fuel onto the field. Heading down to our Red Alliance, Team 1811, Fresh, getting that gear up, 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 and it goes up and into that airship, working towards getting all 4 of those rotors spinning. Team 103, Cybersonics, are working on getting that gear into their system, as Team 5407 Wolfpack Robotics putting a gear onto that peg. On our Red Alliance, we had Team 1811 and Team 2191 both lining up for gears. 1811 goes flying back across the field, making contact with 204 and 103. Team 2191 Flux Core still lining up for that gear. On our Blue Alliance, Team 5407 picks up that gear off of the ground, getting back quickly to their airship as Team 204 playing defense on 2191. And 5407 gets that gear up and into the airship. We have 3 of those rotors turning on red and 2 of those rotors turning on blue. And now it's time for our robots to climb aboard. Team 204 is on and going. Team 5407 is flying high, as is Team 103. Team 2191 goes up, 1811 working up, and all 3 of our blue robots are flying high. 1811 getting up at the last second, 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. There has been a red card assigned to Team 2191 for their human players switching zones during the match. That is a red card for Team 2191. And the scores are in. The airships are off. And is the Blue Alliance taking this win with a score of 265 to 235, moving all three of those Blue Alliance teams into our top 8 positions.
All right, in this match we have team 2539,
the Krypton Cougars.
Partner with team 4373,
Robotics.
And team 225,
it's Techfire.
On blue, we have team 304,
the GWHS Robo Griffins.
And 3974,
E equals MCD.
And 5490,
the Dark Bite.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we have, it looks like 5 of our 6 robots moving. Team 3974 almost gets that gear up and into their airship. On red, team 225 shooting those fuel up and into that high boiler. And now driver stepping forward and taking control. Team 225 comes flying across the field like fire, lining up in that feeder station as Team 304 on the Blue Alliance looking to get that gear up and into the airship. And it goes up and in. The Red Alliance getting that second rotor spinning, as is the Blue Alliance. Sticking with our Blue Alliance, Team 5490 is working on getting that gear up and into their airship to keep getting those rotors turning. And Team 225 working to do the same as that gear just falls off the peg. 2539, the Krypton Cougars go flying back across the field once again with another gear in tote. As Team 4373 looking to play a little bit of defense on this Blue Alliance, trying to slow them down with running their gears. That's not stopping 3974 as they're picking up those gears off the ground. On this Red Alliance, Team 2539 lining up once again. 3974 goes up, and that gear is inside of that airship. Still 2 rotors turning for both of these alliances. 2539 places a gear up and goes into that airship. And that Red Alliance gets that 3rd rotor spinning. That is Team 304 on their side. Let's see if they can right themselves. And it's time for those robots to climb aboard our airships. All those ropes dropping. Team 5490 are up with ease as 2539 goes up as well for this Red Alliance. Techfire comes flying back across the field as E equals MCD is flying high for that Blue Alliance. 4373 goes up. That is 2 red robots. Get 5490, get up. 3, 2, 1. And that is the match. Attention teams. We will be breaking for lunch after qualification match 13 and resuming with qualification match 14 promptly at 2 o'clock. Once again, we will be breaking for lunch after match 13 and resuming promptly at 2 o'clock. There has been a yellow card assigned to Team 4373 for tipping. A yellow card to Team 4373. And the scores are in. And it is the Red Alliance taking it with a score of 230 to 150.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 2495.
It's Hive Mind.
With 1811.
Fresh.
And 5420.
Velocity.
Down on blue, we have 203.
One tough team.
Partnered with 433.
It's the Firebirds.
And 341.
Miss Daisy.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off qualification match 11, we have 5 of our 6 robots moving. On the Red Alliance, they get that center rotor turning, giving them a 60-point start to this match. And Team 203 drops off a gear as well. Now drivers stepping forward to take controls. Team 433, the Firebirds on this Blue Alliance, lining up at that center peg as Team 203 releases that fuel onto the field. Heading over to this Red Alliance, Team 5420, Velocity, and Team 1811, Fresh, lining up to get gears in their robots. Team 341 trying to shoot fuel as they get that gear in, up and into the tower. Both of these alliances have 2 of those rotors turning, helping those airships take off at the end of the match. On red, Team 1811, trying to get that gear up and into the airship, and it is up and in, working on getting that 3rd rotor turning. Team 203 lining up on that right side. As Team 433 looking to get a gear inside of their robot to run back and get that gear up inside their airship. Team 341, Miss Daisy lining up for that peg. Team 2495 working on collecting that fuel to drop it off inside the boiler. As Team 341 gets another gear up inside their airship. And Team 433 also gets a gear up. Just one more gear to get that 3rd rotor turning for this Red Alliance, or for this Blue Alliance. it's time for our robots to climb aboard for takeoff. Team 5420 on the Red Alliance is up. 1811 lining themselves up to get up and inside that airship. 433 doing the same. And that is 203 flying high. 1811 is off the ground. 341 is off the ground. Can they get up with 7 seconds left? And 433 gets up. That is a triple hang for that Blue Alliance as that match comes to an end. And the scores are in, the airships are up. And as the Red Alliance taking this win, the very close score of 210 to 204, bumping one of our teams, Team 2495, up into our 7th position.
All right, in this match, we have Team 4342.
It's Demon Robotics.
Partnered with Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
And finally, Team 103.
It's the Cybersonics.
On blue, we have Team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
Partnered with Team 204.
The Eastern Robotic Vikings.
And finally, Team 225.
Tech Fire.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And kicking off this qualification match, all of our robots are moving. Team 4342 getting that gear up and into that center rotor, starting off the Red Alliance with a 60-point lead. As now our drivers step forward and take control. Team 5181 LaSalle Robotics on the Blue Alliance, lining up at that center peg, trying to get that gear up and into that airship. And on red, Team 486, the Positronic Panthers pick up that gear off of the ground, lining up at their center peg, and it is on that peg being pulled up into the airship. Team 103, the Cybersonics, also drop off a gear for that Red Alliance, getting that second rotor turning for them. Both these alliances now have 2 rotors turning. On blue, Team 5181 and 225 are lining up those gears. Team 225 drops theirs off, and they also drop some fuel. Team 204 playing a little bit of defense in that neutral zone on 103. And Team 4342, Demon Robotics, lining up to get that gear in their system, and it's good, and they look to get back across the field. 225 flying across the field with a gear in tow, as they have a hard hit with Demon Robotics. For the Red Alliance, Team 4342 lining up at that center position, getting that gear up and into that airship. As Team 103, the Cybersonics, are looking to get a gear inside of their robot. On the Blue Alliance, Team 225 Techfire, lining up for another gear. And it's time for those ropes to get deployed. Two 204 is off the ground. 103 is off the ground. 4342 is off the ground. 225 is off the ground. Team 486 working on getting off the ground. The hook is in. Can they get up with 3, 2, 1? And that is the match. And the scores are in. It is the Blue Alliance taking this match with the score of 285 to 255, bumping Team 204 up into first place.
All right, in this match, we have team 321.
The Robo Lancers.
Partnered with team 1495.
The Red Devils.
And finally, team 2191.
It's Flux Core.
Down on blue, we have team 4373.
Robotics.
Partnered with team 2590.
It's Nemesis.
And finally, 3974.
E equals MCD.
Ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3. Nope. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
In our last match before lunch, we have all 6 of our robots moving. Team 2590 gets that gear up and onto their airship. Getting that center rotor turning. Both the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance have one rotor moving as another gear gets dropped off into that blue airship. Over to the Red Alliance, Team 1495 is working on shooting in that high boiler, trying to build up that steam pressure as Team 321, the Robo Lancers, grab a gear from their feeder station and make their way back. Team 2590 on the Blue Alliance dropping off a gear as Team 4373 and 3974 go to their feeder station to load up. 2590 picking up that gear off the ground. As both 2191 and 1495 have a gear in tow as they're heading back to put that up in their airship. Both of these alliances have 2 of those rotors spinning as 3974 drops off another gear, getting that third rotor turning. Over on the Red Alliance, Team 2191 Flux Core gets that gear onto the peg. And 321, the Robo Lancers, lining up at that center peg to get another gear up in that airship as they work to match the Blue Alliance's 3 rotors. 1495 on red gets a gear inside of their robot as 2590 Nemesis on blue gets fuel inside their system. 3974 equals MCD, making their way back with another gear as 2590 building up that steam pressure. Higher and higher and higher. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard. All of our robots are lined up. Team 2590 is flying high, as well as 4373. Team 1495 and 2191 are up. 3974 is also flying high. Can 321 get up at the end of the match? In 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. And we have the scores. The airships are off, and it is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 288 to 235. Just a reminder to all teams, we will be resuming qualification matches at promptly 2 o'clock. Match 14 will be started at 2 o'clock.
We need all field reset back to the field right now. All field reset back to the field. Thank you.
Attention teams, if you are in match number 14, you should be queued and on the field.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our teams for match number 14 on the Red Alliance. Our first, we got team 5420.
It's Velocity.
And their Alliance team 203.
One tough team.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, we got team 423.
The Simple Machines.
Over on the Blue Alliance, first one, we got team 304.
The GWHS Robo Griffins.
And their Alliance team 5407.
Wolfpack Robotics.
Rounding out the blue, the host of this event, we got team 1218.
Vulcan Robotics.
All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. Pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And welcome back from lunch. Starting off this qualification match, we have 5 of our 6 robots moving. Team 203 on the Red Alliance getting that gear onto the peg, as does 304 for the Blue Alliance. Both teams getting that rotor started. And now drivers step forward and take control. Heading over to our Red Alliance, it's team 423 and 5420 lining up to get gears on those pegs. Team 5407 and 304 down in their feeder station looking to get a gear. 304 has a gear and they're looking to come back and put that on the peg. Team 423 still working on getting that gear onto that peg for their airship. Team 1218 playing some defense here on this Red Alliance as 304, the Robo Griffins flying back across the field, working on getting more gears. 5407, Wolfpack Robotics picks up that gear off the ground, lining up with that peg. And it is on, going up. Both of our airships have 2 of those rotors turning as 5420 Velocity of the Red Alliance is working on getting another gear up in that airship. And that gear is in that red airship, working towards getting that 3rd rotor turning. Team 1218 still playing some defense down near their airship, preventing teams from running fast cycles, as 423, the Simple Machines, are working on getting a gear. And fuel is released by team 5420. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard those airships. All those ropes are deployed. 423 and 5420 are both working on getting that rope inside and lining up. 5407 is up. 423 is up. 1218 is up. 203 taking off. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And that is the match. And we've got our scores. And it's the Blue Alliance taking the victory. The score of 210 to 205, moving team 5407 up into 2nd place.
All right, let's meet the teams in qualification match number 15. On the Red Alliance, our first team, 5404.
It's the Gear Rafts.
And their alliance, the Happiness of Happero, team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And rounding them out, we got team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
Over on the other side, starting out our blue alliance, we got team 2095.
It's Direct Current.
The second on the blue alliance, team 484.
Robo Force.
Rounding out the blue, we got team 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
Let's get qualification match number 15 on the road. Pilots in position, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we have all 6 of our robots moving in autonomous. Team 484 Robo Force getting that gear up and into their airship, giving them a nice 60-point start to this match. And now our drivers step forward and take those controls. That Red Alliance first rotor is now spinning. Team 2095 Direct Current filling up their hopper full of fuel and releasing more on the field on their way to that boiler. Team 2539 Krypton Cougars lining up at that feeder station, getting a gear in their system, and 5404 trying to do the same. Team 708 Hatters Robotics down at their airship, getting that gear on that peg, and it is up and in. The Blue Alliance gets another gear up in that airship, and the Red Alliance got their second rotor spinning. 708 Hatters Robotics picking up yet another gear off the ground as Team 2095 is building up that steam pressure slowly but surely through that low boiler. 2539 Krypton Cougars working on getting a gear inside of their feeder. And 2095 getting more fuel in their system, building up the steam pressure even higher. On our Blue Alliance, Team 1168 Malvern Robotics working on getting that gear onto the airship. Both alliances have 2 of those rotors turning as Team 708 is building that steam pressure in that high boiler, climbing it higher and higher and higher, getting that airship ready for takeoff. Team 2095 on that Blue Alliance still putting fuel inside of that boiler, working on building up the steam pressure. And the ropes have dropped and it's time for pilots to climb aboard. Team 5404, the Gear Rafts are up. Team 2539, the Krypton Cougars are up. '708 working on getting up with 10 seconds left. They're flying. Can they get up? Can 484 get up? With 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. And the scores are in. The airships are off. And it's the Red Alliance taking this win by a score of 295 to 190, bumping all 3 of those Red Alliance teams into the top 8.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get qualification number 16 on the road. On the Red Alliance, our first team, we got team 2234.
It's alternating current.
And their Alliance team 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
Rounding out their Alliance, we got team 5490.
The Dark Bite.
Over on the blue side, our first Alliance team 6226.
It's the Blue Devils.
And their Alliance 2495.
Hive Mind.
Rounding them out, we got our veteran team 341.
Miss Daisy.
All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. Pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got 5 of our 6 robots moving. Team 341 getting that gear up and in and shooting up into that high boiler. Getting that center rotor started for that Blue Alliance. And now drivers stepping up and taking controls. On the Blue Alliance, Team 6226 working on getting that gear onto that peg, as well as 2495 Hive Mind. Over on the Red Alliance, Team 5490 Dark Bite lining up on that peg, as well as 2234. For Blue, 341 just missing that peg with that gear, as 5490 slowly but surely just missing that gear in that high goal. Team 4454, Artisan Rockets playing some defense on 341 in the neutral zone, trying to slow them down from getting those gears up into that airship. Miss Daisy running into Team 5490 as they're lining up to get a gear from that feeder station. Team 341 putting another gear on that peg. .5490 making their way back across the field with a gear in tow. 6226 lining up to get another gear onto that airship, working on getting that third rotor spinning. 4454, the Artisan Rockets waiting to play some defense on that Blue Alliance. And now it's time for those robots to climb aboard the airship. The ropes are dropped. Team 341 is up. 5490 is up. Oh, and they fall off. 2495 Hive Mind on Blue working on getting up. And Team 6226 of the Blue Alliance is up. And that is the match. The Blue Alliance was awarded an extra trigger as one of their robots was contacted while trying to climb. And let's see how that affects the scores. It is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 260 to 95.
right, qualification match number 17. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, the Lone Ranger, Team 1218.
It's Vulcan Robotics.
And the Red Alliance, Team 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
Rounding them out, we got Team 2191.
It's Flux Core.
Over on the blue side, starting us out, we got Team 5404.
It's the Giraffes.
And their alliance Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
And rounding them out, we got Team 204.
The Eastern Robotic Vikings.
I'm getting thumbs up. Pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got all 6 of our robots jumping to life. And the drivers step forward and take controls. Team 486, the Positronic Panthers on this blue alliance, pick up a gear off the ground, and they get it on that peg as 5404 does the same. Heading over to our red alliance, Team 1218, Vulcan Robotics, are lining up that gear on that peg. 1168, Malvern Robotics with that gear in tow. Let's see what they're going to do with that. Team 204, Eastern Robotic Vikings, playing a little bit of defense on the Red Alliance. As Team 486, the Positronic Panthers, line up and get another gear up in that airship. That Blue Alliance has 2 of those rotors turning, and the Red is still working on that second rotor. Team 486, the Positronic Panthers, running back again with yet another gear, and they release some fuel on the way. Team 2191 Flux Core at their feeder station lining up and getting a gear, and now it's in their system. 5404, the Giraffes, are looking to get a gear. Team 204 shooting up in that high boiler, trying to build up the steam pressure. 1168 Malvern Robotics still have that gear. Let's see if they can get that on the airship, as Team 2191 Flux Core are also looking to get a gear onto that red airship. The Blue Alliance is only 1 gear away from getting that third rotor turning, and now it's time for our robots to jump aboard the airship and get ready for flight. On the Red Alliance, Team 1218 has sprung back to life. Let's see if they can hang, and they're flying high as all 3 of those blue robots are up in the air. 486 and 204 slowly but surely climbing. Can 204 get up with 3, 2, 1, and that's the match! And the scores are in, the airships are off. And it is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 245 to 155. Team 204 keeping that first place position.
All right, let's meet our team's qualification match number 18 on the Red Alliance. We got team 2095.
It's direct current.
And the Red Alliance team 341.
Miss Daisy.
Rounding out the Alliance, we got team 1811.
Fresh.
Over on the blue side, we got team 2495.
Hive Mind.
And their Alliance team 304.
The GWHS Robo Griffins.
And rounding out the blue, we got team 1495.
It's the Red Devils.
All right, pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got all 6 of our robots jumping to life. Team 341, Miss Daisy on that Red Alliance, is putting that gear up and into their airship. Getting that setter Roners turning. And now our drivers stepping forward and grabbing those controls, heading down to our Blue Alliance, Team 1495 and 304 and 1495, all lining up to get gears on those pegs. Heading back to our Red Alliance, Team 341, getting another gear as Team 1811 is running back to get yet one more. 2095. Direct current, lining up to get that fuel into the low boiler to try to build up that steam pressure. Heading back to blue, Team 304, getting that gear up and into their airship. Getting that second rotor turning. The Red Alliance is working towards that third rotor. All three of our blue robots are waiting at that feeder station for gears as Team 1811 lining up to get yet another gear up into that airship. And 2095 still working on building that steam pressure higher and higher. And the Red Alliance getting that third rotor turning with that gear that 1811 fresh put up. 304 the Robo Griffins down by their feeder station working on getting a gear as Team 1495 also head down in that direction to do the same. 1811 has one more gear as Team 341 is shooting up high and 2095 still working on getting the fuel down in that low boiler. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard and get ready for flight. The ropes are dropped. Let's see who's flying high. Team 341 is up. 1811 on the hook. 2495 is on the hook. 304 getting up. Let's see if 1495 can get on. They have 5 seconds. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? With the last second hanging, that is the match. And the airships have lifted off, heading towards that finish line, and it is the Red Alliance taking it by a score of 256 to 201. Team 1811 jumping up into that number 6 position, and 2495 staying in the top 8 at number 7.
All right, qualification 19. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we got Team 423.
It's the Simple Machines.
And their line 974.
E equals MCD.
Rounding out their line, we got Team 5407.
It's Wolfpack Robotics.
Over on the blue side, starting out Team 4342.
Team Robotics.
And their line 2590.
It's Nemesis.
Rounding them out, we got Team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
Qualification 20 on its way. Starting out the Red Alliance, we got team 5420.
Velocity.
And their Alliance team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
Rounding them out, we got the big and bad 225.
Tech Fire.
Over on the other end, we got team 6226.
It's the Blue Devils.
And their Alliance team 203.
One tough team.
Rounding them out, we got team 4373.
Robotics.
All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. Pilots in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got all 6 of our robots jumping to life. And that's Team 5420 putting that gear up for the Red Alliance, getting that center goal started. Sticking with the Red Alliance, Team 225, working on getting that gear up and in. And it is on the peg and up in that airship. Over to the Blue Alliance, Team 6226, 203, and 4373, all working on getting gears on those pegs and getting those rotors turning. Heading to the Red Alliance, Team 225, lining up at their feeder station, looking for a gear. And Team 708 loading up that boiler with fuel, building the steam pressure higher and higher and higher. Heading over towards our Blue Alliance, Team 6226 working on getting another gear in that peg. And 5420 Velocity for the Red Alliance, lining up at their feeder station, looking for another gear. 203 of the Blue Alliance getting that gear on the peg as their pilot brings it up into the airship. They're working on getting that second rotor turning. Team 6226 releasing fuel all over the field. Heading over to our Red Alliance, Team 225, looking like they're going to be collecting some fuel and loading it up for that boiler. Meanwhile, Team 203 and 6226 and 4373 all have a gear looking to line up at the pegs. And it's time for those robots to board the airships. 5420 has the rope and climbing slowly. 4373 is climbing. 6226 is up in the air. 225 is up in the air. Hatter's up in the air, climbing. 203 looking to get on with 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. A third trigger has been awarded to the Blue Alliance because they were contacted while hanging. And the scores are coming in, and the Red Alliance takes the win 276 to 270, moving all of our Red Alliance teams up, putting 708 into the 5th position.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 103!
Cybersonics!
They are partnered with Team 5490!
The Dark Bite.
I get it. And Team 321!
The Riveting Robo-Lancers.
Down on blue, we have Team 433!
The Firebirds.
And Team 2234!
Alternating Current.
And Team 2539!
The Krypton Cougars.
All right, pilots, ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, I'm seeing all 6 robots moving. 2234 making their way to the mid zone. Lining themselves up with the Robo-Lancers 321. 5490 making their way also to the mid zone with their Alliance Cybersonics making their way to the boiler. 2539 going to line themselves back up, get rid of that autonomous gear. Their Alliance 433 doing the same thing. Cybersonics making their way down the field to their red feeding zone. Robo-Lancers following quite quickly behind. 2539 seems to be lining themselves up with a blue feeder station. 433 trying to get them out of the way. 2234 trying to cause some ruckus. They've been trying to get all that fuel on the ground. 103 making their way quickly across the field, going to make their way to the boiler. And lining themselves up with the gear in the middle of their airship. Blue Alliance has 2 motors moving. 321 back in their red feeder zone, lining themselves up with the gear. While 2234 are looking to pick up some more of that fuel, shoot into their boiler. 433 quickly making their way across the field, trying to get that blue feed zone. Join up with their Alliance 2539. Cybersonics lining themselves up with another gear, bringing it into the airship, trying to get those motors moving. 5490 seems to be looking to play some defense on that blue, trying to make sure they don't get out of that feed zone. And 103 making their way back down the field. Trying not to get caught into that 5490 and 433 sandwich. 103 making their way back around to the gear. Lining themselves up again. All right, we got 2 rotors moving for each alliance. Over on the blue alliance, we got some fuel going into the boiler, trying to steam that up. 321 hanging out in the mid zone with their alliance. 5490, 30 seconds. This is endgame. 103 making their way to their rope, trying to climb that airship. Robo-Lancers lining themselves up. 433 is already in the air. 103 making their way up. 321 trying to line themselves up. We got 10 seconds. Robo-Lancers making their way up. 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are in for qualification number 21. And it's the Red Alliance with a score of 235 to 146.
Debbie, 24? What do you mean? What match we're on? No.
All right, up in this match, we have team 44-54.
The Artisan Rockets.
And they are partnered with team 39-74.
E equals MCD.
And 12-18.
Vulcan Robotics.
Down on blue, we have team 484.
It's RoboForce.
Partnered with team 1495.
The Red Devils.
And finally, team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, I'm seeing 484 going directly for their blue boiler. 708 seems to be spinning in a circle, whatever they're doing. Lining themselves up and dropping their gear. 1218 making their way almost to the mid zone. Looks like they're lining themselves up. Right when teleop starts, and that is right now! 4454 going to line themselves back up, trying to get rid of that autonomous gear while Air Alliance is all doing the same thing. 1495 doesn't seem to be moving. 708 getting that gear back on with their Alliance RoboForce, making their way back down to the field to the blue feeder station. 1218 seems to be sitting around in the midfield, trying to get to their red feeder station. Their Alliance 3974 making their way back. 1218 getting that floor pick up, making their way back swiftly to their red Alliance. Red Alliance now has 2 voters in movement. Blue Alliance has 1. 708 playing some tough defense in the middle against 3974. Looks like they're not letting anyone pass that. Trying to get 4454 into a sandwich of blue. RoboForce trying to make their way back. 4454 trying to cause chaos with his fuel all over. 708 picking up that fuel, trying to make it back to their boiler. 3974 making another round. Bringing in another gear back. 1218 doing the same thing. 1218 seems to be making their way down to their red feeder station. Oh, picking up another gear off the floor. Seems to be some defense going on in the mid zone. 708 and 4454. 708's got that floor pickup as well, getting those gears off the floor. 3974 hanging out in the mid, trying to look for some action. 4454 trying to keep RoboForce from getting to their blue feeder zone. 3974 lining themselves back up. 708 picking up some more fuel and causing more chaos on the floor, while also pushing 3974 around. 1495 still not in motion. 484 RoboForce spinning out of control. And 30 seconds, this is endgame. 4454 waiting to line themselves up along with 1218. Trying to get up into that airship. Red Alliance has 2 voters moving. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving. RoboForce is off the ground. 4454 is also off the ground. 1218 lining themselves up. 708 lining themselves up. 1218 is off the ground. 708 making their way up. And all 3 red robots are off the ground. 3, 2, 1. The scores are in. And this match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 285 to 147.
All right. In this match, we have Team 433.
The Firebirds.
They're partnered with 5404.
The Giraffes.
And 5407.
Wolfpack Robotics.
On blue, we have Team 1168.
It's Malvern Robotics.
With Team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
And finally, Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm seeing 6 robots in motion. 1168 going directly for that mid zone. Giraffes just missing that gear on their red airship. 2539 looks like they're already lining themselves up to get that fuel all over the floor with airlines. 486 looks like they're lining themselves up trying to get that gear off from Otto. Oh, and they have a floor pickup. Makes it super simple to get on that airship. 5404 going directly for that red feeder station. 433 hanging out in the mid zone trying to get to their red feeder station. 486 trying to pick up another gear off the floor. Seems to be left there from Autonomous. Their airline 2539 making their way back. Seems to be pushed by the Red Alliance, not letting them back in there. 5407, Wolfpack seems to be on the floor. They got a nice floor pickup as well. Bringing that gear up to the red airship. Their alliance of Firebirds doing the same. 486 also has a floor pickup. I've seen a lot of floor pickups in this match. 486 going to the blue airship, going to line themselves up. 5407 making their way back. Running into the Firebirds a bit. Firebirds taking their time to line themselves up, get that red gear. 5404, I don't know, seems like they just dropped one of their gears in the mid zone. Doesn't matter, they're going to the red feeder station anyways. 1168 has a gear in hand, but they're trying to cause chaos on the Blue Alliance side. 5407, they got another floor pickup as well, trying to get those gears out the floor. No point in going all the way to the red feeder station if it's right there. 5404 lining themselves up, gear ups. They got 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving. 486 just missing that gear. 2539 in the red or in the blue feeder station. Successfully getting it in. It looks like all 3 red robots are at the red airship at the moment. Everyone's waiting their turn. Oh, and the gear fell off the top rotor. 2539 lining themselves up for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance now has 3 rotors moving. And 433 causing more chaos. 2539 seems to be some chaos in the middle of the field. 5407 seems to be lining themselves up, trying to get into the air. 486 making their way, 5407 making their way up. Firebirds making their way up. I'm seeing 2 red robots, 1 blue. 1168 lining themselves up, 2 blue robots, 3 red robots. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was a red card given out to Team 5404 because they reused one of the gears for a different rotor. All right, the scores are in. And it's the Red Alliance with a score of 311 and 200, a new high score.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 204.
The number one ranked alliance, the Eastern Robotic Vikings.
They are partnered with Team 2590.
It's Nemesis.
And finally, Team 5490.
The Dark Bite.
Down on blue, we have Team 423.
It's the Simple Machines.
Partners Team 2495.
And that's Hive Mind.
And finally, 4373.
And rounding them out, it's Robotics.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, looks like all robots are in motion. Nemesis going directly for their red airship. 5490 making their way to the mid zone to join up with 4373. Looks like the Red Alliance going for the back boiler and into tele-operated mode. 204. Looks like they're going directly for that red feeder station. 2590 picked up another gear off the floor. So it looks like Nemesis making their way back to that red feeder zone. 204 playing some tough defense on 4373. Oh, parts are flying in the mid zone. 2495 looks to be sitting there now. 423 coming over to the rescue. They look like they're going to be playing some defense on the Red Alliance. 4373 lining themselves up for the blue. 423 seems to be pushed against the red airship. 5490 looking at what they do in the mid zone. 204 playing some tough defense, not letting anyone through to that blue feeding zone. 2590 trying to make their way back to that red airship. They got 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance is 2 rotors moving. $24.95 playing some defense on 204 now. Don't know who's pushing who. 54.90 trying to make their way. Looks like they're getting stuck on robot pieces in the middle. Nemesis doesn't seem to be moving. 423 knocking themselves into the blue feeder zone, trying to get those gears off the floor. 24.90, 95 trying to make their way in. 43.73 making their way back out, trying to get those gears off the floor. 204 playing some tough defense on 423. 43.73 trying to make their way back, distracting them, and 423 gets through. And Nemesis is back up, 24.95. Looks like they're trying to line themselves up for the blue feeding station. And 30 seconds, this is endgame. 204 already there to line themselves up to climb. 423 lining themselves up. 54.90 seems to be in the red feeder zone. They're still going for those gears. All right, Nemesis is already in the air. 43.73 is already up. 423 making their way up. 204 making their way slowly but surely. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are coming in. And it goes to the Red Alliance of 215 to 200.
right, in this match we have team 4342.
It's Demon Robotics.
They're partnered with 203.
It's one tough team.
And finally on red we have 225.
And that's Techfire.
Down on blue we have 2191.
It's FluxCore.
With 103.
Cybersonics.
And finally team 2095.
Direct Current.
I just know that isn't what the
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's start off match number 25. 4342 seems to be lining themselves up for autonomous. The other Red Alliance in the back going straight for the boiler. 203 already getting that gear up into the red airship. Seems the Blue Alliance is also doing some of the boiler. 2095 is hanging out in the mid zone. 203 looking to cause some chaos. Scattering that fuel all over the floor. Cybersonics already back in that blue feeding zone. 4342 making their way back to that red feeding zone. 2129 and 2095 seems to be having some mishaps in the middle. 225 making their way around all those Blue Alliance robots. Going to get back to that red airship. 203 doing some defense on it. 103 is trying to make their way to the blue feeder zone. All right, Red Alliance, we already got two rotors moving. Blue Alliance for the same. 2095 causing more commotion. We're getting all the fuel on the floor. Demon Robotics lining themselves up, trying to get that gear up for the red. 225 gathering up all that fuel into their robot, probably saving it for something big in the end. Lining themselves up, trying to get some more gear. 2095 hanging out in the mid zone. They're not letting 225. 225 goes right through Cybersonics, using that swerve drive, trying to get around everyone. Very powerful, trying to make their way to that blue feeder zone. 203 hanging out in the middle. They're trying to make their way. 2095 trying to keep them from going. 2095 hanging out in the mid zone. Let's see if Techfire can get around them. Looks like they're trying to play some defense. 225 right into 2191. Wow, there Alliance Demon Robotics going back for another cycle, bringing another gear up for the red. Red Alliance now has 3 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has 2. 225 stuck in the middle of all that blue. All right, 30 seconds. This is endgame. 4342 lining themselves up. 203 also lining themselves up, trying to get that last gear on. 225 is in the air. Demon Robotics making their way up. All right, Cybersonics making their way up for the Blue Alliance. 203 lining themselves up. They seem to be hooked. 2191 still trying to get there. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are in. And it's taken by the Red Alliance. 206 to 166. All right, teams, I have another announcement. If you are a safety captain, there is a safety captain meeting at 4 p.m. outside Squash Court 4. If you are a safety captain, meet outside 4 p.m. at Squash Court 4.
This match, we have team 5420.
It's Velocity.
They are partnered with team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
And finally, we have 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
Down on blue, we have team 2234.
Alternating Current.
And team 321.
The Robo Lancers.
And finally, team 1811.
It's fresh.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we have all 6 of our robots taking off in autonomous. Team 4454 is shooting for that boiler. And both of those alliances are getting that autonomous gear up and in their airships. And now our drivers step forward and these robots jump back to life once again. Team 1811 Fresh getting that gear onto that peg and up into their airship. Heading over to the Red Alliance, Team 5181 LaSalle Robotics getting another gear up into that red airship. Both of these alliances are working towards that second rotor. 5420 and 5181 both working on lining up at their feeder station. Meanwhile, 2234 alternating current, knocking out fuel and collecting it, getting it ready for the boiler. Sticking with our Blue Alliance, Team 1811 Fresh getting another one of those gears on in 2234, shooting into that top boiler, building up the steam pressure higher and higher. 321 of the Blue Alliance down at their feeder station, lining up to get a gear, as 1811 is as well. 4454, Artisan Rockets waiting in that area just to play some defense, trying to slow down that Blue Alliance. 4454 running into 1811, trying to slow them down. And 5420 Velocity, gear in tote, lining up with that peg, and it's up and in that airship. They are working on their third rotor. And that third rotor is up and running for that Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance only needs 2 more gears for that third rotor, and 321 just put one up. And now it's time for those robots to climb aboard. 1811 trying to get that one last gear up first. 2234 not stopping putting the fuel up. And over on our Red Alliance, we have 2 of those robots flying. 4454, and now all 3 of those robots are up. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can get anybody up. 1811, can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And that is the match. And the scores are in. The airships are off. And it is the Red Alliance who is going to take the win with a new high score, 325 to 127, bumping 5181 and 5420 up in the rankings into the top 4.
All right, let's meet the teams in the match. Up first, we got Team 304.
GWHS Robo Griffins.
Partnered with them, we have 6226.
It's the Blue Devils.
And finally, we have Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
Down on blue, though, we have Team 484.
Robo Force.
Partnered with 341.
It's Miss Daisy.
And finally, 5407.
Wolfpack Robotics.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all 6 of our robots jumping to life. 486 and 341 both get autonomous gears up and in, giving them 60 points. And 341 is shooting into that boiler. Along with 5407, building up the steam pressure and building them points. As the drivers step forward and take control. On the red alliance, Team 6226 looks to be lining up in front of their airship, looking to get that gear up and in. Both of these alliances have 2 of those rotors going. On blue, Team 484 working on getting gear from their feeder station. As 341, Miss Daisy puts another one up in the ship. We got 2 red robots running back across the field, Team 304 and 486. 486 puts a gear on that peg, and it is up and in that airship. 304 looking to follow short behind. Back over to blue. All 3 of these robots are working on getting gears onto those pegs. 484 working on that last one as 341 puts up yet another. The Blue Alliance is only 2 gears away from that 3rd rotor. It's neck and neck. As the Blue Alliance gets that 3rd rotor turning, Red Alliance shortly behind. Team 304 for the Red Alliance lining up on that peg, as well as 486. 304's gear is up and in. 486's gear is up and in. 5407 for the Blue Alliance drops off another gear. And the Red Alliance gets that 3rd rotor turning. Team 341 down at that blue feeder station trying to get one more gear before it's time to climb aboard. And it's time to drop those ropes. 341 looking to get that last gear on there. And it just pops off. All of our robots are lining up. Team 486 slowly but surely. That's 6226 flying high. All 3 of our red robots are up. 304 working on getting that rope attached. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And that's the match. And the scores are in. It is the Blue Alliance taking the win by a close score of 257 to 250. bumping all of those teams up and putting 5407 into the number 2 spot.
All right, in this match we have Team 1168.
It's Malvern Robotics.
They are partnered with Team 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
And finally we have Team 1495.
It's the Red Devils.
Down on blue we have Team 321.
The Robo Lancers.
Partnered with 423.
The Simple Machines.
And Team 225.
It's Tech Fire.
Pilots ready for flight, drivers behind the line, in 3, 2, 1, go!
And all 6 of our robots jumping to life. On blue, Team 321 pops that gear right on. Oh, and it just falls off that peg. 1495 on red, working on getting that gear up and in. The Red Alliance has that first rotor turning. Team 1168, Malvern Robotics, making their way towards their feeder station to pick up a gear. And Team 4454, Artisan Rockets, playing some defense over towards their airship. Heading over to our Blue Alliance, Team 225, 321, and 423, all looking for gears. 4454, that Red Alliance, still playing some defense, trying to stop that Blue Alliance as much as they can. 1495, the Red Devils making their way down towards their airship. And that gear is on the peg, making its way up. And it is in that airship. Getting that second rotor turning. Matching that Blue Alliance. Team 1495 picking up another gear as 321 scores one for the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance is 3 gears away from getting that third rotor turning. On our Red Alliance, Team 1168 and 1495 both trying to line up for gears. 1495's gears up. 1168 still waiting as 1495 knocks some fuel onto the field. Back to our Blue Alliance, Team 225, dropping off another gear. Bringing them even closer to getting that third rotor, but it's time for our robots to climb aboard our airships. The ropes have been dropped. Team 423 is up. All three of our red robots are up. Can 1168 finish that climb? In 3, 2, 1, and that's the match. And the scores are in. It is the Red Alliance taking the win by a score of 250 to 146.
In this match, we have Team 204.
The Eastern Robotic Vikings.
They're partnered with Team 2191.
It's Flux Core.
And Team 341.
Miss Daisy.
Down on blue, we have Team 203.
That one tough team.
Partnered with Team 2590.
It's Nemesis.
And finally, we have Team 2495.
Hive Mind.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we have all 6 of our robots jumping to life. Team 341, Miss Daisy, gets a gear up for that Red Alliance. And Team 2590 gets it up for the blue. And fuel is flying for both of our alliances as they try to build that steam pressure higher and higher. Heading to our Red Alliance, Team 2191, Flux Core, looking to get that gear onto that peg. And it is up and in that airship, helping them get closer to getting that second rotor started. On blue, Team 2495, Hive Mind, working on getting that gear onto that right peg, trying to match that Red Alliance 2 rotors. As Team 341 of the Red Alliance releases fuel all over the field. And Team 2495 releasing even more fuel. On our Red Alliance. Team 341 put one more gear up into that tower as they're driving around collecting fuel. Team 2191 Flux Core working on getting that gear inside of their intake system. As 2495 of the Blue Alliance looks to be picking up fuel. And 2590 also of the Blue Alliance working on getting that peg, working on getting that gear onto that peg. Even though 341 is playing some heavy defense on that Blue Alliance close to their airship. And the Blue Alliance gets 2 gears up as 204, the Red Alliance, keeps pouring fuel into that boiler. And now it's time for our robots to prepare for flight. .341 is up, 2590 is up. 204 is climbing slowly but surely. Can they get up in 5, 4, and 204 gets the last second hang, and so does 2495, ending that match with a bang. And the scores are in, and the airships are off. It is the Blue Alliance taking it by a score of 258 to 216, moving 2 of our teams 2590, and 2495 into the top 8 positions.
All right, in this match we have team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
With team 4373.
Robotics.
And team 433.
It's the Firebirds.
On blue, we have team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
Partnered with team 1218.
Vulcan Robotics.
And finally, team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all 6 of our robots moving and autonomous. The Blue Alliance getting that autonomous gear up and that first rotor spinning. Immediately right off the bat, 25-39, the Krypton Cougars releasing fuel all over the field. On our Red Alliance, Team 708 puts a gear on that peg, and it gets up into that airship, and the Red Alliance now has a second rotor spinning, and they're working towards that third. Sticking with our Red Alliance, Team 433 and 4373 both working towards getting gears from that feeder station. While 5181 LaSalle Robotics puts a gear up in their airship, getting that second rotor spinning. Team 1218, Vulcan Robotics playing some defense on this Red Alliance. As 25-39, the Krypton Cougars put another gear up in that airship. And it's matched by 4373 and 708, both looking to score gears on their pegs. As 5181, LaSalle Robotics at their feeder station, looking for yet another gear. As 1218 puts a gear into their airship, followed shortly by 25-39. Back on red, Team 433 gets a gear up, as well as 708. That Red Alliance has 3 of those 4 rotors spinning. Blue Alliance needs one more gear just to get that third one going. And 708 putting fuel in that high boiler, building the steam pressure. And it's time for robots to hang, to climb aboard their airship. As 2 more gears get placed by that Blue Alliance, and Team 1218 goes hanging. 433 is up. 4373 is up. 2539 is up. 708 is up. Can 5181 get up? It's hooked. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And that's the match with all 6 robots flying high. And the scores are in. It is the Blue Alliance taking it by a score of 305 to 289. Bumping 5181, LaSalle Robotics up into first place.
All right, let's meet the teams for match number 31. On the Red Alliance, we got Team 5404.
It's the Gear Rafts.
And their Alliance Team 103.
The Cybersonics.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, we got Team 3974.
E equals MCD.
Over on the blue side, we got Team 5420.
It's Velocity.
And their Alliance Team 6226.
The Blue Devils.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance, we got Team 2095.
It's Direct Current.
I'm getting the thumbs up. Pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got all of our robots jumping to life. Team 103 dropping off that gear and getting that center rotor turning, and then they start shooting for that high boiler. And now all the drivers start stepping forward, taking control. Team 5420 Velocity bringing that gear up into that blue airship. Following shortly is 6226, the Blue Devils look to be lining themselves up for that blue airship. 5404, the Gear Rafts, get a gear from their feeder, heading all the way back to their airship. As Team 103, the Cybersonics, are making their way across the field. .5420 gets another gear up into that airship. As 2095, Direct Current playing some defense on the Red Alliance. Team 3974, E equals MCD, making their way back to their feeder station, along with 5404. .5420 Velocity making quick work of those gears, trying to keep up with the Red Alliance as the Red Alliance has 3 of those rotors going. That Blue Alliance needs to get 3 more gears up into the airship for that 3rd rotor. Team 103 and 5404 keep making quick work of those gears, running back and forth between their feeder and their airship. 5404 gets another gear from their feeder. 3974 lining up at their feeder. .2095 still trying to play defense in that neutral zone on the Red Alliance, as 6226 seems to be looking to play some defense as well. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard. Velocity is hanging. Let's see if 6226 joins them, and they do. 2 of our red robots are on their way up. All 3 of them are on their way up. 3974 is so close to that hang. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And that's the match. And the airships are off and the scores are in. It is the Red Alliance taking it with a score of 280 to 195.
All right, let's meet our teams. Qualification 32 on the Red Alliance. We got team 304.
It's the GWHS Robo Griffins.
And the Red Alliance team 484.
Robo Force.
Rounding them out, we got the lovely 2234.
It's alternating current.
Over on the other end, we got team 5490.
The Dark Bite.
And they're on team 4342.
Demon Robotics.
Rounding them out, we got team 1811.
It's fresh.
right, I'm seeing the thumbs up. Let's get this show on the road. Pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got all of our robots jumping off to a quick start. Team 4342 Demon Robotics gets that gear up and into that airship. Getting that center rotor turning. And the Red Alliance matches it. Team 1811 and the Blue Alliance looking to put another gear up. 5490 also looking to put a gear up. As 4342 Demon Robotics get a gear from their feeder station. 2234 alternating current lining up with that peg to get that gear up and into that airship and get that second rotor turning. Team 484 RoboForce dropping fuel onto the field and making their way back towards their airship with a gear. On the Blue Alliance, 2 gears going up into that airship. And now they're only 1 gear away from getting that third rotor turning. On red, we got 2 robots lined up. That's 484 and 304. Working on getting those gears up into the airship, trying to keep up with that Blue Alliance. 5490, the Dark Bite, looking to play some defense on this Red Alliance. And that's 2234 alternating current shooting into that high boiler, trying to build up that steam pressure. And 4342 and 1811 looking to get 2 more gears up into that airship. 1811's gear is up and in. And so is 4342's. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard and get ready for flight. Not before that Blue Alliance gets that third rotor spinning. 1811 taking off. 4342 taking off. 304 working on getting up as well. Can 304 get up in 3, 2, 1? And that's the match. The scores are in. It is the Blue Alliance taking by a score of 315 to 147, moving 4342 into second place and bumping 1811 into the 8th seed.
All right, let's meet the teams in qualification 33 on the red line, starting out with team 3974.
E equals MCD.
And their line, team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
And rounding them out, we got team 433.
It's the Firebirds.
Over on the other end for the Blue Alliance, we got team 1218.
Vulcan Robotics.
Is it hot in here? Oh no, it's just 225.
It's Techfire.
And rounding them out, we got team 341.
Miss Daisy.
All right, pilots are in position. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we got all of our robots jumping to life. Team 341 dropping off their gear. And now the drivers are stepping forward to take control. Team 433 Firebirds getting that gear up and in. 1218 dropping a gear off. Techfire dropping a gear off. Miss Daisy running quickly back across the field, putting a gear on as 225 scores up high, building that steam pressure. $39.74 and $51.81 along with $4.33 all look to be lining up those gears as $2.25 drops some more fuel onto the field. $12.18 and $3.41 both lining up to score some gears. $2.25 unloads another hopper of fuel into that high boiler, building that steam pressure higher and higher and higher. As Team 1218 Vulcan Robotics drops off another gear and then goes to block 433. Still looks like those other two robots are trying to line up those gears. $433 working on getting yet another gear up, trying to keep up with this Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance working towards their fourth rotor as 341 comes flying back across the field yet again. 225 Techfire go and unload another hopper full of fuel onto the field. 433 and 39.74 looking for gears from their feeder. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard and get ready for flight. Miss Daisy is up. LaSalle looking to climb high. 433 looking. 225 is up. Can Vulcan Robotics get up in 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. And the scores are in. Is the Blue Alliance winning with a score of 281 to 235, moving all of our teams up in the rankings and putting 225 up into 5th place.
All right, let's meet our teams. Qualification 34. Our first team on the red line, team 4342.
It's Demon Robotics.
And they're on team 2495.
Hive Mind.
Rounding them out, we got team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
Over on the Blue Alliance, first team, team 1495.
The Red Devils.
And their alliance partners, team 5420.
It's Velocity.
Rounding them out, we got team 2590.
Nemesis.
right, qualification 34. Pilots are in position, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got 4 of our 6 robots moving right off the bat. Team 5420 gets that gear up and in, and so does 4342. Both of those rotors spinning, and 2590 shoots some fuel up into that high boiler. On blue, team 1495, the Red Devils looking to get that gear that they started with up into that airship. Red Alliance jumping out quickly, getting that second rotor spinning right off the bat. Team 2495, Hive Mind, working on getting that gear up into their airship. 1495, the Red Devils still working with that gear. Now all three of our red robots are over towards their airship, working on getting gears up. 2590 Nemesis drops off a gear. 5420 lining up to drop off a gear. .2539 and 4342 working to get gears from their feeder station, as 2495 looks to be playing defense. And they also drop some fuel. 1495, the Red Devils looking to get a gear from that feeder station, and 5420's coming to join them. .4342 and 2590 are getting into a pushing match on that Red Alliance side. 2539 making their way back towards their feeder, joined by 4342. And 2590 drops some more fuel onto the field. 1495 and 5420 both lining up to drop off some gears. And now it's time for our robots to climb aboard their airships and get ready for flight. .2539 and 4342 are both on their way up. All 3 of our blue robots are climbing high. 2495 climbing high. Can they get up in 3, 2, 1? And they can, and that's the match. And the scores are in. It is the Red Alliance with a new high score, 330 to 300. All of the Red Alliance moving up into our top 8 teams.
All right, up in this match, we have Team 321.
It's the Robo Lancers.
They are partnered with Team 2095.
Direct Current.
And Team 4373.
Robotics.
Down on blue, we have Team 6226.
The Blue Devils.
Partnered with 2191.
Fluxcore.
And finally, 2234.
Alternating Current.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all 6 of our robots in action. Team 321 on the Red Alliance dropping off that autonomous gear, giving them a nice 60-point start to this match. And now our drivers are stepping forward, taking control. On our Blue Alliance, Team 2191 Flux Core lining up to get that gear up into their tower. 2234 and 6226 doing the same for that Blue Alliance. Over on red, Team 2095 looking to be lining up to put some fuel into that boiler. (6226) the Blue Devils lining up at that feeder station. As 4373 Robotics driving back across the field, lining up to get that gear into their airship. 321 the Robo Lancers get a gear inside their robot, and they're driving all the way back across. As 2095 still working to put fuel in that low boiler. 6226 the Blue Devils lining up in front of their airship. Still working on getting that second rotor turning. as the Red Alliance is working on their third. 2 gears go up for Red. And 2095 looking to be getting ready to drop some more fuel on the field as 4373 and 321 both getting gears inside their robot. 2095 playing some defense. And 2234 drops a hopper full of fuel onto the field. And 321 follows right behind him as 4373 puts a gear up into that red airship. They're working on that third rotor, and it's time for our robots to climb aboard. 4373 is up. 321 of the Red Alliance is lining up as 6226 flies high. 2191 is up and flying. 321 got their rope attached. Can they get up? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. Team 321 has been assigned a red card for pulling the rope to activate the touchpad. Team 321 has been assigned a red card. And the scores are in. The airships are off. And it is the Red Alliance taking it by a score of 245 to 155.
All right, in this match, we have Team 5490,
the Dark Bite.
with Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
With Team 423.
The Simple Machines.
Down on blue, we have Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And Team 203.
One tough team.
With Team 5407.
Wolfpack Robotics.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all 6 of our robots off and running. Team 486 puts that gear up into the airship, getting that autonomous rotor spinning. And now our drivers are stepping forward to take the controls. On red, Team 5420 and 5490 and 423 are working on getting those gears up into the airship. 708 drops off one gear and picks up another off the ground. 5407 doing the same. 203 also joining them at the airship, as 423 is lining up at that feeder station. 486, the Positronic Panthers, place another gear on, working on getting that second rotor spinning. The Blue Alliance is 3 gears away from getting that third rotor turning. Team 203, one tough team, gets a gear from their feeder station, driving back across the field. As 5407 puts one up in their airship. Picking up another one off the ground, 5407. Scoring another gear onto that peg. Team 5490 seems to be looking for some fuel. And now they're heading over to their airship to line up to place that gear on that peg. 423, the Simple Machines, look to be trying to stop 5407. Team 708 lining up in front of that boiler and shooting fuel up in that high boiler, building steam pressure. And it's time for our robots to climb aboard. .423 looking to climb high, joined by 426, 5407 climbing high. 708 getting up there. Can 203 latch on and get up in time? 5490 looking to join them in 3, 2, 1, and that's the match. And the scores are in. Is the Blue Alliance taking it by a score of 317 to 261.
All right, in this match, we have Team 44-54.
The Artisan Rockets.
Partnered with Team 103.
The Cybersonics.
And Team 484.
RoboForce.
On blue, we have Team 1811.
It's fresh.
And Team 204.
Eastern Robotic Vikings.
Partnered with Team 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all of our robots jumping to life. Team 103 dropping a gear off onto that center peg. 204 shooting up into that high boiler. And now our driver is stepping forward to take controls. Team 204 playing some defense on 103. .484 gets a gear in their system. 103 looking to do the same. 1811 trying to get down to their feeder. 4454 trying to play some defense on these blue robots. And 204 trying to do the same on the red. 1168 Malvern Robotics dropping a gear off. And 204 releases fuel all over the field. Team 4454 and 204 look to be in a pushing match in front of this red airship. .484 has a gear in their robot as 1168 puts a gear in their airship. 1811 at their feeder station looking to grab another gear. 4454 waiting there for them to play some defense. 103 and 484 both lining up to put some gears up onto their airship. Both of these alliances have 2 rotors going. The red alliance puts 2 more towards that third rotor and it gets spinning. The blue alliance still needs 3 more gears to get that third rotor going. 4454 still trying to play some defense on these blue robots, as 103 is trying to get 1 more gear in before it's time to climb aboard. 484 looks to do the same. 204 still playing some heavy defense on 103 as 1811 comes back to try to climb aboard their airship. 1168 looking to catch that rope. 1811 is up. All 3 of our red robots are climbing. 484 hits that touchpad. Can 204 get up in 2, 1, and that is the match. The scores are in. It is the Red Alliance taking with a score of 330 to 170, bumping 103 up into 4th place.
All right, in this match, we have Team 304.
The GWHS Robo Griffins.
Team 433.
Firebirds.
And Team 4342.
Demon Robotics.
Down on blue, we have Team 5404.
The Giraffes.
With 1495.
The Red Devils.
And finally, Team 225.
Tech Fire.
Drivers ready for flight. And drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we've got all 6 of our robots moving. Team 4342 getting that gear up for that Red Alliance. And it is 5404 getting it up there for that Blue Alliance. And Team 225 pours the fuel in to that boiler, building the steam pressure fast and furiously. 433, the Firebirds get a gear up for the Red Alliance. And following suit is Team 304. 225 gets some more fuel, lining up to shoot some more. 5404, the Giraffes have a gear and they're lining up on that peg. 433, the Firebirds at their feeder station trying to get a gear. 4342 and 304 at their airship, working on getting gears, joined now by 433. 4342 running cycles like it's their job from their feeder station to their airship with gears. 1495 has a gear and they're heading back towards their airship. And Team 225 just keeps on loading the fuel up towards that boiler. .4342, Demon Robotics gets working on getting another gear up into their airship. Both alliances have 2 rotors spinning. The Blue Alliance needs 1 more gear, and 5404 has it, and they're heading towards their airship. 225 keeps collecting the fuel and lining up for that boiler, trying to build that steam pressure higher and higher. 4342, Demon Robotics lining up for yet another airship. 433, Firebirds have a gear in tow, heading towards that airship. And now it's time for our robots to climb aboard. 304 lining up. .5404 and 1495 are both up. 433 working on getting that rope attached, as is 4342. Tech Fire climbing high. And they stumble a little bit. Can they finish it off and get up there? In 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. And the scores are in. It is the Blue Alliance taking it with a score of 289 to 205. And let's meet the teams in our next qualification match. Starting off, we have team 2495.
It's Hive Mind.
And their partner is team 3974.
E equals MCD.
And rounding off this alliance, it's team 484.
It's RoboForce.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have team 4454.
It's the Artisan Rockets.
And their partner with team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
And rounding off this Blue Alliance is team 203.
One tough team.
And we've got the green light. Pilots ready for flight, and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, I'm seeing 4 robots moving. We got 5. 4454 going directly for that blue boiler. 3974 correctly getting that autonomous with the gear just falling off. 484 still lined up. I don't think that gear's back over there yet. We got 1 blue rotor moving for the Blue Alliance. 203 seems to be lining themselves up, trying to make their way over to the blue feeder station. 4454 already going to cause chaos. They still have their gear left in there from autonomous mode. 3374 and 484 going to make their way to the red feeding zone. 4454 seems to be hanging out in the mid zone, trying to cause some defense, trying to get those balls in the way of them. 2495 still trying to get that autonomous gear off. 203 coming back with another gear going to that blue airship. 486 for the Blue Alliance lining themselves up. 4454 and 484 seem to be having a little trouble in that mid zone. Trying to play some tough defense. We're getting down to the final matches of the day. Equals MCD putting on another gear for the red. They got 2 rotors moving. 203 swiftly making their way over to the blue feeder station. While on the other lines, 484 going all the way around the blue airship. Making their way over to the red. 4454 all the way around them. 203 making their way back. They got another gear from the feeder station. 486 and 4454 seem to be hanging out in the mid zone, waiting for another team to come back. 3974 trying to make their way over to the red. 4454 trying to play some defense on them, while their Alliance 484 going all the way around and lining themselves up in the red airship. Blue Alliance now has 2 rotors moving. Seems to be a lot of commotion over on the red side of the field. 484 scurryly making their way down to the red feeder station. 4454 seems to be not moving. 486 lining themselves up. 203 lining themselves up. 30 seconds. This is endgame. Equals MCD lining themselves up, waiting for that rope to be put down. 2495, same idea. 203 is already in the air. 486 still have a gear in hand, but they are lining themselves up. Equals MCD is in the air. 484 lining themselves up. 10 seconds. 2495 in the air. 484 in the air. 486 making their way up. 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are coming in. And it's going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 235 to 216. All right, reminder to all teams, we will be playing up to qualification match number 50. We will be playing all the way to match number 50.
And let's see who's going to be playing in match number 40. Starting off, we have team 5181.
It's LaSalle Robotics.
With their alliance partner, team 2191.
It's LuxCore.
And rounding off this alliance is team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And we can't forget about our blue alliance, is team 5404.
Giraffes.
And they're partnered with team 304.
GWHS Robo Griffins.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 2590.
And Nemesis.
And we've got the thumbs up. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
I'm seeing all 6 robots moving. 5181 going directly for their red airship. Their alliance partner is doing the same thing. Seems that their gear is a little bit trapped. 708 getting that gear back up. Over on the other side, 5404 making it to the mid zone while their alliance is already shooting into the blue boiler. All right, into driver-operated mode. 5404 going directly for that blue zone. 5181 looks like they're trying to play some defense, but no, they're just trying to get to that red feeder zone. 708 got the floor pickup. They're in the mid zone. They've already got a gear up. 5181 coming all the way back and going into 304. 304 lining themselves up for the blue. Red alliance already has 2 rotors moving. 2590 making their way down the field. Going for that blue feeding zone. 708 looks like they're going to do the same thing. Oh, just kidding. They're just going to cause some chaos, putting that fuel all over. 5404 hanging out in the mid zone. 5181 cruising right by them. 304 getting hit again. Nemesis going all the way around the airship. 708 getting hit. Nemesis making their way. They're making their way back with another gear. 2191 and 5181 hanging out in the mid zone. 5408 going back. Trying to make sure 5181 doesn't get back, lining themselves up. We got more fuel on the ground. 2191 trying to figure out what to do. 5181 just cruising on by into Nemesis. 2191 and Nemesis seem to be having a little battle in the middle. Giraffes already got that gear up. 708 making their way back. They got fuel. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving. Red Alliance has 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has 3 moving now. Nemesis got that floor pickup. Making their way back, lining themselves up. 30 seconds. This is endgame. All right, Red Alliance. They have a robot in the back going for the boiler. 5181 is off the ground. We got 2 blue robots off the ground. 708 making their way up. 2191 joining them. All right, last blue robot lining themselves up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are in. And the Red Alliance takes it with a score of 311 to 236.
Let's meet the teams in qualification match 41. Starting off is team 2234.
It's alternating current.
And they're partnered with team 341.
Miss Daisy.
And rounding off this red alliance is team 103.
The one and the only Cybersonics.
Heading over to the blue alliance, it's team 4373.
Robotics.
Partner team 5407.
Pack Robotics.
And last and certainly not least is team 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
And we've got the thumbs up. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. Almost. It's almost time. In 3, 2, 1, go!
I'm seeing all 6 robots moving. 341 going directly for their red airship. 2234 making it to the mid zone with 4373. Red Alliance got some boilers shooting as well as the Blue Alliance. All right, into driver operated mode. 341 going directly for that red feeder zone. 4373 going to drop off that autonomous gear. 2234 making a mess of the fuel onto the field. 1168 seems to be starting to play some defense, but 103 going right around them. 1168 being pushed around in the mid zone. 2234 seems to be playing some defense on the other defense bots. 4373 and 1168. 5407 making their way over. 341 collecting that. The match was killed because there was a scoring error in autonomous. Please come on the field and reset your robots. Teams, please come onto the field and reset your robots.
And we've got the green light. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this started. Take 2. Daisy going, getting that autonomous once again. Cybersonics lining themselves up for the boiler. 22-34 making their way to the mid zone. Cybersonics getting a few of them in there. 5407 doing the same thing on the blue side. 4373 trying to get rid of that gear from autonomous. 5407 doing the same thing, picking it up right off the floor. Cybersonics making their way to that red feeding station. 22-34 making a mess of the field. 341 Daisy swiftly making their way across the field, going to that red. They got 2 rotors moving. Blue's got 1 right now. 5407 picking up a gear off the floor, putting it right back onto their airship. They got 2 rotors moving. Cybersonics back in the red feeding zone. 341 going over to join them. 4373 making their way over to the blue feeding zone. 22-34 seems to be collecting some fuel. Maybe they'll be using it later. 1168 trying to get in Cybersonics' way, but oh, they go right past them. Malvern Robotics hanging out in the middle. 5407 making their way back to the blue. Going into the airship. 341 trying to get their way back to the red airship. 22-34 hanging out in the middle. 5407 putting another gear up. 1168 going to join them. Daisy putting up another gear for the red. They got 2 rotors moving. Blues also got 2. 4373 making their way across field. .103 and Daisy putting up another gear for the red. 103 making their way back to the red feeding zone. 5407 trying to get in the way, trying to pick up that gear off the floor. 22-34 hanging out in the mid. 30 seconds. This is endgame. Cybersonics swiftly making their way back. 341 joining them. 22-34 trying to make their way, pick up the last few balls, put it in that boiler. All right, we got 1 blue robot off the ground. We got Daisy off the ground. Wolfpack Robotics lining themselves up. 22-34. Looks like they're lining themselves up with the boiler. Cybersonics making their way up. 4373 lining themselves up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are in. And it's the Red Alliance. The score at 281 to 145.
And let's meet the teams in our next qualification match. Starting off, we have team 62-26.
The Blue Devils.
And they're partnered with Team 5490.
The Dark White.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
And down on blue, it's Team 1218.
It's Vulcan Robotics.
And they're part of Team 1811.
Got Fresh.
And rounding off this blue alliance is Team 423.
It's Simple Machines.
Shoulder reading?
And we've got the green light. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Looks like I'm seeing all 6 robots in motion. 2539 going directly for that red airship. 6226 lining themselves up, trying to get rid of that autonomous gear. 5490 doing the same thing, going to the mid zone. All right, driver operated mode. 6226 looks like they're going to the red airship, going to get rid of that gear from autonomous. 2539 making their way down the field. Looks like they're going to get into a little bit of trouble with that blue alliance. 423 making their way back down to the blue feeder station. 5490 looks like they're trying to move that gear. Play some defense on 1811 that's trying to get to that blue feeder station. 6226 seems to be lining themselves up. That gear just dropped on the floor. No matter, go back to that red feeding zone. 2539 making their way back down. 1811 doing the same thing. 2539 playing some defense on them. 5490. Looks like they're getting caught. 1811 trying to line themselves up. 1218 doing the same thing. They're getting caught in the ruckus. 423 making their way back down the field. We got 2 rotors moving for the blue alliance. We got 2 moving for the red alliance. 2539 swiftly making their way back to that red airship. 5490 doing the same thing. Looks like they're hanging out in the mid zone. 1811 being joined by 423 in the blue feeding zone. 2539 getting another gear up for the red. Seems to be a little difficulty with 1218. Little fights going on in the mid zone with 1811. 423 trying to line themselves up directly. All right, double collision for 1811. 423 making their way back down. 30 seconds. This is endgame. All right, the ropes are down. 6226 lining themselves up along with their alliance partners. All right, 6226 already all the way up for the red. 2539 is off the ground. 1218 is off the ground. 1811 just got on grass. We got 10 seconds. All 3 robots were up. 5490 falling back to the ground. 423 lining themselves up. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are coming in. And the Blue Alliance takes it with a score of 240 to 195.
And let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting off, we have Team 204.
It's Eastern Robotics Vikings.
Their alliance partner, Team 2095.
Direct Current.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 304.
The GWHS Robo Griffins.
Heading over to our blue alliance, it's 5420.
Velocity.
And their alliance partner, Team 321.
The one and only Robo Lancers.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 433.
The Firebirds.
And we've got the thumbs up. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. We're qualification match 43 of 50 today. We'll be finishing the final 12 tomorrow. 2895 meeting up in the mid zone with 321. 204 seems to be staying in position. All right, driver operated mode. 2095 hanging out in the mid zone. 204 trying to make their way. Firebirds going right into their alliance. 321. 5420 velocity trying to line themselves up for the gear, trying to get rid of it from autonomous mode. 2095 getting in the way of all these blue alliances that are trying to get to the feeding zone. Firebirds and Robo Lancers hanging out in the blue feeding zone. Well, over on the end, 304. These be huge collisions in the midfield. Everyone trying to get to their feeding zone, trying to get those gears up into the airships. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving at the moment. Red Alliance just got their one up. All right, 321 causing some fuel to get out onto the field. 5420 making their way to the blue feeding zone with their opponent, with their Alliance Firebirds. 2095 hanging out there. Looks like they're gonna be doing some defense. Making it difficult for Velocity to get through. 304 going to their red feeding zone. 321 and 5420 seem to be trying to make their way around, trying to get back to that blue airship. Red Alliance now has 2 rotors moving. Firebirds making their way back to that blue airship once again. 321, their Alliance of Robo Lancers trying to make their way in that blue feeding zone. 2095 trying to play some defense on them. Velocity's not getting out of there. 204 collecting all that fuel. Probably going to be going to that boiler at the end. 304 slowly creeping out from behind the airship. Oh, 433 getting hit. 5420 making their way down. 30 seconds. This is endgame. 304 waiting for that rope to be put down. 204. They're going to lock themselves up. 5420 lining themselves up as well. 321 lining themselves up. 5420 slowly making their way in the air. 204 doing the same. 321, they're up. 433 is up. 304 still trying to line themselves up for it. 3, 2, 1. All right, the scores are coming in from match 43, and it's the Blue Alliance with a score of 260 to 192.
And let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting off with team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
And their partner with team 341.
Miss Daisy.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 3974.
CE equals MCD.
We can't forget about our blue alliance. Starting off, it's team 6226.
Got the Blue Devils.
And their alliance partner, team 4342.
Demon Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 5404.
The Gear Fs.
And we've got the green light. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
So sad, Cotton Eye Joe had to go off. 341 going directly for their red airship. 2539 making their way to the midfield. All right, 341 also going for the red boiler. 43-42 lined up in the blue. 25-39 causing chaos, putting fuel all over the field. Demon Robotics trying to make their way over to the blue feeding zone. 25-39 not letting them. 54-04. Everyone's doing defense on each other. 54-04 trying to make their way over. 43-42 doing the same. 25-39 causing chaos on the field. 341 trying to line themselves up with the red. Red now has 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving. 62-26 hanging out in the mid zone. 341 trying to make their way back over. Seems to be some huge collisions going on the blue side right now. 39-79 making their way back over, trying to put that gear onto their red ship. 25-39 trying to get in the way of the gear rafts. While they're line 62-26 making their way over. Demon Robotics lining themselves up, trying to get that gear up. 341 Miss Daisy not letting this fuel getting in their way. They're picking up balls as they're going. 25-39 hanging out in the red zone. 39-74 hanging out there. There's trying to be some defense on those gear rafts. Miss Daisy making their way back down the field. 39-74 lining themselves up in the red feeding zone. 54-04 and 25-39 seem to be interlooped. 62-26 seems to be back online now. Blue Alliance shooting in the blue boiler. Blue Alliance now has 3 rotors moving. Red Alliance has 3 rotors moving. Gear rafts in 24-39 seem to be having some difficulties. 30 seconds. This is endgame. Miss Daisy shooting in the red boiler. The ropes are being released. Miss Daisy lining themselves up. I see blue robots going up. We got 1 up. We got 2 red robots going up. We got all robots going up. We got another 10 seconds. 39-74 is up. We got all 6 robots in the air. The scores are coming in. It's going to be a close one. And the Blue Alliance takes it. 308 to 307, a 1-point difference. That just moved Demon Robotics up to the first place spot. 54-04 to the 7th spot.
And let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting off, we have Team 423.
It's Simple Machines.
And their partner, Team 2234.
The Alternating Current.
And rounding off this Red Alliance is Team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
And let's meet the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 486.
The Positronic Panthers.
And their partner, Team 2191.
FlexCore.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 484.
It's RoboForce.
And we've got the thumbs up. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, qualification match 45 of 50 that we are playing today. 2234 making their way to the mid zone. Their Alliance 5181 getting that gear up in auto. Blue Alliance doing the same. They both got one rotor moving. All right, in the driver operated mode. RoboForce going directly for that Blue Alliance feeding zone. 486 trying to get their gear back off from their autonomous. Their Alliance doing the same thing. 5181 going for that feeding zone. They got a gear in their possession. RoboForce trying to get in their way. Oh, and oh, collision. Simple Machines back in there as well. RoboForce lining themselves up for the Blue Alliance, getting that gear back up. 2234. They're making their way over to the Red Alliance, getting caught in collisions. 486 hitting that fuel all over the field. 484 making their way to the blue feeding station, going all the way back swiftly to the blue airship. 2191 trying to get over all this fuel, trying to push it into one spot. 423 trying to line themselves up on the red airship. 2234 trying to fight off 486. While their Alliance Simple Machines makes their way over to the red feeding zone. Right past him, 5181, he's going back to the airship. 2234 being pushed around by RoboForce. 2191 making their way back to the blue airship with their gear. Both alliances have two rotors moving. RoboForce using that swerve drive, trying to get away. 2234. 486 going around the blue airship, trying to pick up the gear off the floor. 5181 hanging out in the mid zone. 2191 and 2234 seem to be having some trouble. 2191 trying to make it to the blue zone. 30 seconds, this is endgame. All right, while the ropes are being released, 5181 already lining themselves up. Same with Simple Machines. 2234 hanging out in the mid zone. 5181, and they're up for the red. 486 slowly but surely making their way up. 484 making their way up. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teams, before the score comes up, please check your pockets. We have 5 cell phones that were found under the bleachers. Please check your pockets. They will be in pit admin. All right, and now the scores will come up. Who's going to take it? And it's the Blue Alliance with a score of 310 to 165.
And let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting off, it's Team 203.
One tough team.
And it's Team 1218.
Our wonderful host, Vulcan Robotics.
Rounding off this alliance, it's Team 2095.
Direct Current.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance, it's Team 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
And their partner with Team 225.
The Tech Fire.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 2590.
We got Nemesis.
And we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the line and let's try this again. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Looks like I see 4 robots moving. Techfire going directly for that fuel. Nemesis getting that gear up in the blue ship. 203 attempting to get their gear. 225 going for that blue boiler. All right, driver operating mode 2095 starting out in the mid zone already. Techfire getting rid of that autonomous gear, bringing it up to the blue airship. 203 seems to be making a mess on the field with this fuel. 1218 lining themselves up for the red ship. They're trying to get their autonomous gear out as well. One tough team making their way back down the field, going to that red ship. 225 going again for the boiler. Those almost consistent shots. 2095 hanging out in the mid zone. 4454 seeming to be having some difficulties in the back. Not much movement. Nemesis lining themselves up once again. Get those gears back in. 225 and Nemesis seem to be ganging up on 203. 203 getting into that red feeder zone. Nemesis making their way swiftly down the field. Going into that blue. But they got a floor pickup so they can just pick up right there and slip their way right back. Techfire 225. Picking up some more fuel for that boiler. Lining themselves up. And in they go. 203 making another round back to the red fuel. 2095 trying to play some defense, trying to pick up some of that fuel. 1218 trying to make a mess on the field, making it harder for robots to go. 225 lining themselves up again. Oh, but just short. Their Alliance Nemesis lining themselves up. Oh, and just dropping the gear, but they got a floor pickup so they can get it right back up. Try that again. And it's good. 225 going for the boiler again. 203 making another round back to the red feeder. The Red Alliance now has 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has 2. 30 seconds. This is endgame. 225 quickly making their way back to the blue airship. Nemesis seems to be shooting as well. 1218 lining themselves up. 203 and 1218 are in the air. And we got one blue robot in the air. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just short. All right, the scores are in. And the win goes to the Blue Alliance. Let's go at 241 and 222.
And let's meet the teams in our next qualification match. Starting off, we have team 2495.
It's Hive Mind.
And their partner with 5407.
Pack Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 1811.
It's Fresh.
Heading over to our blue alliance, it's 4373.
Robotics.
And their partner with 1495.
The Red Devils.
And rounding off this alliance is team 103.
Cybersonics.
And we've got the green light. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, I'm seeing all 6 robots moving. Cybersonics going directly for their blue airship. Getting that gear on, bringing it up, and start that first rotor. 5407 just stopping short of the mid. Cybersonics. 4373 seems to be having some difficulties in the mid zone. 1495 causing some chaos, getting fuel all over the field. 1811 trying to get rid of that gear from autonomous mode, lining themselves up perfectly. Cybersonics moving themselves around. They got that swerve drive, lining themselves back up for another gear to go up on the blue ship. 1495 seems to be making their way around these balls. 2495 trying to get out of the way of these 2 blue robots. They're trying to make their way to that red feeding zone. 1811 back with another gear. Trying to get another up. 2495 causing difficulties. Trying to see if these robots can actually get over all this fuel. Cybersonic just pushing right through it. Getting caught in the mist of 2495. 4373 seeming to be having some difficulties. 1811 swiftly making their way across the field, going back to the red airship. The red airship has 2 rotors moving. The blue airship has 2 rotors moving. 2495 hanging out in the mid zone. Their alliance 1811 going back to the red feeding zone, trying to get another gear. See how many rotations we can do. Cybersonics making their way back as well. 1495 quickly to follow. 1811 back with another gear, lining themselves up for the red ship. 1495 trying to get across from 2495. Seems to be very little movement. 103 just cruising on by those fuel. 4373, not much movement from them. The red airship has 3 rotors moving. The blue airship has 2 rotors moving. All right, 30 seconds. This is endgame. All right, seems that all robots are already lined up, waiting for those ropes to be deployed. 1495 is already in the air, followed closely by Cybersonics. We got 2 red robots in the air, 2495 trying to line themselves up. We got 10 more seconds for them to do so. All right, 2495 still lining themselves up, trying to get in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and the scores are in. Oh, looks like it's a tie, 255 to 255.
And let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting off, it's Team 708.
It's Hatters Robotics.
And their partner with Team 321.
The Robo-Lancers.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 204.
Eastern Robotic Vikings.
And let's meet our Blue Alliance. Starting off is Team 1168.
Malvern Robotics.
And their partner, Team 5420.
Velocity.
And last and certainly not least is Team 5490.
The Dark Bite.
And let's get this match underway. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, qualification 48 of 50. We're getting close. 1168 making their way to the midfield. Velocity already getting that gear back up. 5490 making their way to the midfield as well. 204 for the Red Alliance. 708 getting that gear up already. All right, driver operated mode. 1168 seems to be a little stuck. 321 making their way. Oh, and a little collision. 204 making their way, getting that fuel all over the field. Trying to block Velocity from getting over to the blue feeding zone. 1168 trying to line themselves up perfectly, getting rid of that autonomous. 321 swiftly making their way across the field. Robo-Lancers lining themselves up perfectly. Oh, but just dropping it onto the floor. Velocity still trying to get over to the blue feeding zone. 204 just not letting them. 1168 making their way over 2. Maybe 2v1 will make more sense. 708 making their way back. More gears in hand. 321 making their way back as well. Red Alliance has 2 rotors moving. Blue Alliance has got 1 at the moment. 204 playing some mad defense, not letting anyone in there. 708 patiently waiting their turn, trying to get their gear up. 1168 being knocked into the red airship. Oh, 708 knocking them in too. 204 waiting in the midfield. 5490 trying to get out now. 708 making their way back for another round. Picking up a gear right off the floor, lining themselves back up. And swiftly brought back up. 321 making their way cross field. 5420 still trying to make their way past 204. 5490 seems to be trying to help them out. All right, 204 is pushed into the midfield. 708 trying to get around all this commotion. 5490 now hanging out in the midfield, waiting for some commotion to come to them. 30 seconds. This is endgame. Velocity lining themselves up on the Blue Alliance. All the ropes are down. Everyone seems to be lining themselves up. 5420 lining themselves up. 204 seems to be getting their way off the ground. All right, we got 1 robot off the ground at the moment. We got 10 seconds. 321 still trying to line themselves up. 3, 2, 1. All right, before the scores come out, I have an announcement. We need Sarita Bacon to the refreshment stands upstairs. Thank you. All right, now on to the good stuff. And the win goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 231-275.
And let's meet the teams in match number 49. Starting off, we have team 2234.
Alternating current.
And their partner with 5407.
Pack Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's team 2590.
It's Nemesis.
And down on blue, let's hear it for team 1811.
It's Fresh.
And their partner with 225.
Our number one ranked alliance, Techfire.
Rounding off this alliance, it's team 4454.
The Artisan Rockets.
And we've got the thumbs up. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, 2 more matches for today. Techfire going directly for that fuel zone, lining themselves up with the boiler. Getting the majority of those in. 5407 making their way to midfield. Nemesis seems to be still have their gear in hand. 2234 hanging out in the mid zone. 5407 lining themselves back up, trying to get rid of those gears, trying to go back to that feeding station. 2234 causing some chaos on the field, getting that fuel all over. 1811. He's been pushing a gear around, trying to make their way to the blue feeding zone. 225 causing chaos again, getting that fuel all over, refilling themselves so they can go back to that blue boiler. Blue Alliance has 2 rotors moving, Red Alliance now has 1. 5407 lining themselves back again, trying to get those back up. 2490 Nemesis joining them. 2234 seems to be shooting some balls by accident. 4454 hanging out mid-zone, trying to play some defense on that Red Alliance. 225 making their way back up to the blue boiler, lining themselves up. Their Alliance 1811 lining themselves up for the blue airship. 2234 seems to be having someone dangling from the front of their robot. 4454 hanging out, making sure no red robots get into that fleeting zone. Their Alliance 1811 swiftly making their way across the field. 225 filling themselves up again, making a mess of this field. Nemesis trying to get into that feeding zone. 4454 is having none of that, not letting them through. 5407 just making their way through. 225 lining themselves up. Blue boiler again. Nemesis making their way back to the red airship. The red airship has 3 rotors moving. The blue airship has 2. 5407 getting rid of some of their balls. They're going, filling up the boiler, getting some steam rolling. Nemesis making their way across the field. All right, 30 seconds. This is endgame. 225 swiftly making their way across the field, trying to line themselves back up. 2234 seems to be still hanging out in the mid zone. Nemesis lining themselves up. 5407 is off the ground. Nemesis is off the ground. 4454 making their way up. 1811 up. 225 still lining themselves up with the rope. 1811 falling a little. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And a last second hang by 4454. All right, and the scores are coming up. And the Blue Alliance takes it with a score of 242 to 231.
And let's meet the teams in our last qualification match of the day. Starting off is Team 203.
One tough team.
And their alliance partner, Team 2539.
The Krypton Cougars.
And rounding off this alliance is Team 1495.
The Red Devils.
And heading over to our blue alliance, let's hear it for Team 5181.
LaSalle Robotics.
And their partner with Team 5404.
The Giraffes.
And rounding off this blue alliance, let's hear it for 4373.
Robotics.
And we've got the thumbs up. Let's get this last qualification match underway. Pilots ready for flight and drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's start off this last qualification match of today. We're going to match 64 tomorrow. 4373 making their way to the mid zone. Giraffes already got a gear up for their blue airship. One tough team just missing that gear. 1495 looks like they're sitting waiting for those gears. They're going back to the red feeder zone. 203 making their way down there as well. 5181 hitting into 1495. 2539 seems to be hanging out in the mid zone, looking for some giraffes. Collision in mid. One tough team in 5181. Seems to be one of them lost one of their gears. 4373 making their way down. 5181 hitting them again. Two blue alliance in the feeder zone. 5404 making their way back down. 203 lining themselves up for the red airship. We got two rotors moving for each alliance. 4373 lining themselves up to get a gear stuck on their bot. 5181 back for another rotation. 1495 making their way, lining themselves up with their alliance. 2539 in the back. One tough team seems to be hanging out in the mid zone. Giraffes being pushed around. I don't see any fuel on the field yet. 5404 lining themselves up, making their way back to the blue airship. 1495 making their way back to the red airship. 4373 lining themselves up, getting that gear back up for the blue. 5181 making their way across field. Hanging out in the middle, hanging out for the gear halves. 203 running into two Blue Alliance robots. 5404 making another rotation. Over on the Red Alliance, we got balls going into the boiler. Trying to get that steam pressure up. One tough team making their way up. 30 seconds. This is endgame. All right, we got 3 rotors moving for the Blue Alliance, 2 rotors moving for the Red Alliance. I see 2 robots in the air, 1 blue robot in the air. All right, I see all 3 red robots, 2 blue robots. 4373 making their way up. They got 10 seconds to make it up. All right, 7-6. I see all 6 robots in the air. 2-1. All right. This score is going to be very close. All right, the score is in. And the winner, it's a tie. We got 305 to 305. 2 ties within the last hour. Thank you to all the teams and volunteers here at Springside Chestnut Hill District event for all your hard work and gracious professionalism today. We have another full day of matches tomorrow with opening ceremonies at 9:30. The pits will be open at 8 a.m. All right, and the pits will be closing when the buzzer goes off, so keep an eye on those scoreboards.